This is part 4 of the videos connecting Jeffrey Epstein to Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, I'm in my truck recording this video because I was over the road when I came across this information, and I didn't want to wait until I got back into town to put this information out. So if the sound quality is not as good, it's because there's other trucks in the background. So I'm in the back of my truck recording this video, but there's other trucks around me, so I'll try to edit the sound when I release this video. But anyway, so this part is going to make sense of the big picture. This is going to show that this Jehovah's Witness religion is a lot darker than most expect. And I'm also going to show you how I have personally been attacked from what I believe this human trafficking network that is connecting Watchtower and Epstein to the same network. So let me get into the final part of my pyramid of evidence where I left off last week, showing you this final point that connects everything together. Now, for those that are looking for hardcore evidence linking Watchtower to Epstein, I'd recommend watching my Epstein video part 2 that goes into the actual documentation. But this is going to go more into those who are deep thinkers to really understand the whole picture of this whole system. Not just Jehovah's Witnesses, but their involvement in this whole New World Order plan. Now, the last time I left off on the point that it says in the Epstein documents to create the undetectable mind control slave, which I believe that's what we were when we were Jehovah's Witnesses. But now I'm going to go into what I would say is the absolute darkest part of Watchtower's involvement, and a darker part even than just the child abuse and the CSA stuff. So this last point linking Watchtower to Epstein is the targeted individual program, which is, you could say, a connection, an extension of MKUltra, but in a whole worse sense of not only human trafficking, but I would say human torture. Human torture that is done by corrupt people in government. And the system is actually designed to protect the real pedophiles, such as people like Jeffrey Epstein. And it's a system of framing innocent people that get in their way, along with creating a mind control slave by experimenting on these people. So for those that are immediately going to think this is conspiracy or just conspiracy theorist nonsense, well, let's go right into the Epstein files that exposes this as actually being 100% true. So if you go into the Epstein files, you want to search this document. And that's EFTA 00150920. So you're going to want to search this document. It's document EFTA 00150920. Now, this was sent to me by an exjw. She didn't want me to use her name, but I will say that she's somebody who has done a lot of work in the exjw community, but they're not as public. They're somebody who they've gotten attacked before and they kind of withdrew from the exjw community. But anyway, so this exjw, she sent me this document from the Epstein files, and she said right from the start, she says, this validates everything that you've gone on record saying. Things such as organized harassment, directed energy weapons, innocent people being framed and being put on a watch list. So I've gone on record saying these things before, and some exjws that are more awake understanding these things are true, but a lot of exjws, to them, again, it's just conspiracy. And this conspiracy of targeting innocent people and setting them up and framing them and testing them and MK Ultra stuff and making them look crazy, this is one of, I could say, the darkest conspiracies that exist. But anyway, so in the Epstein files, there are several documents that validate this. So I'm going to just point out a few things in these documents, but I want you to do your own research because I didn't have time to read through all this. Like, one of the documents is 70 pages, but I want you to read in between the lines as far as what's being talked about here. So the setting that I understand with this document is this is somebody who was targeted by crossing paths with Jeffrey Epstein. So it says right away, it says geospatial brain computer interface. And when you're talking about brain computer interface, this is the type of stuff that when you feel that your phone knows what you're thinking and they try to gaslight you and say, oh, it's the algorithm, that this type of technology has been weaponized and it has been tested on people who say they falsely put on a watch list. But this is technology that's already been out there, and before we're aware of it, they've already illegally tested this stuff, usually on people who didn't volunteer to do so. So I'm just going to focus on some of these things I have highlighted. And again, read it between the lines and do your own research on this. So this says, you should also know that they're using other covert methods, such as connections to victims' community. Now, I don't have time to read all the story, but when it talks about covert methods such as victims' community, is when people are targeted, they infiltrate the communities they're a part of, and then they recruit people in those communities, and that's when the smear campaigns and the false stories are basically spread through infiltrating the victim's community. And then it says, infiltrating all things, including their churches. Right now, some are familiar with this being done in Scientology, but I can assure you, and I'm going to prove to you, that I've had this experience within Jehovah's Witnesses. So yes, they infiltrate even people in the congregation or whatever religion you're part of. And then it also says, so as to stop their victims from gaining federal and law enforcement support. So again, you got to read it between the lines a little bit, but what they're getting at is that they will tell people in law enforcement that you're some type of a terrorist, or they may say you're a pedophile, because that's one that will easily get people to hate you. But whether you're a terrorist, a murderer, rapist, they will set you up with some of the worst type of crimes possible with fake evidence, deep fake evidence, but it will be just enough to justify putting somebody on a watch list and to make these people participate. So basically what this document is getting at is that they will corrupt local law enforcement with lies so that you can't get any help, basically. But I'm going to show you more evidence alluding to that one fact. So let me just go on, because I have a lot of information to share. So then he says, they're trying to destroy my very name and presence. They're using Facebook and Facebook artificial intelligence systems that once the page is clicked upon, they insert a Chinese star that destroys everything in your life. So that Chinese star, I'm assuming, is like the marking where you're put into the system. And as he's saying, they basically destroy your life. So again, they infiltrate your community, or let me say they try to destroy your life, because it doesn't work on everybody. So, but let me go on. And then what I've highlighted at the bottom, it says, and have some of their team members they call regime members. They're casing the place, stirring chaos and trouble for their victims in their community as another layer of hate or hush strategy. So this is talking about how, again, they will infiltrate the community you're a part of, and they're actors, right? So they're like people that are plants that will stir up trouble and draw drama and gossip. Now, it may come across as it is not a calculated plan, but it's very well calculated the way these things work. And then he says they're using a man to hack as well. So hacking is a big part. The problem with all this, how everything is connected to Wi-Fi and everything is Bluetooth, and you need a two-step authentication method to sign into anything. All these systems are designed to make it easy for people to have that government access, that government backdoor. They can hack into anything, but the thing is that they can manipulate stuff too. So people can be set up with their phone, their computer, their email traffic, all that stuff. Like, it's very easy to set people up, those who have the back doors to get into these systems. So as he says earlier about they're using Facebook artificial intelligence systems to do some of this stuff. And then in this document, or this part, he says they're using other systems such as remote neuromonitoring system to watch and malign and to learn of your next move. So this is something that people have been targeted, say like in the 80s and the 90s, or even earlier than that. They've said things like the government is in their mind, government mind control. And, the government's in their head. And some of these people may hear voices and things like that. And they're made to look crazy while these are experiments being done on them. So once these experiments reach a point where the people doing it can say, okay, we perfected it, then it becomes mainstream. So again, going back to, say, Apple Intelligence and people really believing, how does their phone know what they're thinking? Well, these so-called crazy people who have been targeted in the 80s could have told you back then there's something called remote neuromonitoring. And that's what it is. So I don't have time to get into how the technology works, but it's something that they have been working on. And what they can basically do is, everybody has an aura field, an electromagnetic field around them. So basically, it's a system that can monitor their emotions, because when we have certain emotions and thoughts, it generates your energetic field. And it goes a lot deeper than this. So the more advanced these systems get with frequencies and how every thought has a different frequency, add that in with these supercomputers, these quantum computers, they can create technology that they can read the frequency emitting from your brain and interpret what you're thinking. So the term is called remote neuromonitoring because from a remote view, they've been practicing this on people. But now we see it as our smartphones. But if we listen to what these people were trying to say in like the 80s and even earlier than that, we could have been aware that this technology has already been used and used against people without them realizing it. So let me move on. So then he says, so they hacked the court and brains and use remote neural to sabotage cases and evidence. So this can be done on a personal level too, when a person has been targeted, is by observing and using this type of technology to even try to get into the minds of the people around them. This also is something that's been used on people that have been targeted on a social level to try to destroy their whole inner circle. And then he says, I have evidence that may support the case connected to Jeffrey Epstein. So he believes he was targeted again because of what he has on Jeffrey Epstein. And this is where it's going to start to make more sense. So It mentions co-conspirators were caught stealing and stalking, right? So this is getting to the organized stalking. And then it says systems they call a social justice. So I'm going to touch more on this later. But when it says social justice is what they call it. So let me just read the next part first. So it says systems they call a social justice movement. But what is a way for those connected to your case to overcome their charges and to switch fixed prosecutor conviction oversight using Freemason and Illuminati and the mob, rule all connected covertly dirty members of the court with the intentions of passing their charges to another or having the prosecutor look the other way. So when he's saying social justice, and it's all going to come together as I show you more documentation on this, is that, so what these systems do, these targeted systems, organized stalking systems, on a lower level, they hide behind the guise of social justice. So what they'll do is they'll tell people in the community, and they will make the evidence up, like they will fake things, they'll make things up, they'll exaggerate things. Some of it may be true, some of it is mostly lies, but they'll present things as this person is a terrorist, they're a rapist, they're a murderer, they're a pedophile. They'll say whatever they have to say, and then there'll always be some sort of a catch. Like they'll say, well, we can't arrest them because, and they cleverly will design it so that they have an excuse to put you on a watch list, but they'll never actually be enough to actually arrest you or go anything further than that, because the real idea is just to justify this, and they don't want the person that's targeted to ever know what is actually going on about them behind their back, because if you knew what was going on, then you can set the record straight and defend yourself. But so what they do, and this is why they're calling it social justice, is they will say that, yeah, these people are criminals, but we can't arrest them for whatever the reason is. They could say statute of limitations, that, there'll always be a reason why they can't do anything, or why they'll pretend they can't do anything. And this is what justifies, say, Freemasons and people like that getting involved, because they'll think, okay, we have to harass this person, we have to follow them, we have to watch their every move because oh, look what they did, but they just can't arrest them because this and that. That's why they call it a social justice system. That's sort of the guise that they hide this under. But the reality is that the real pedophiles and criminals and murderers are the Jeffrey Epsteins. And this is what this document is also showing, that is people like Epstein that are at the top of these organizations that weaponize this system to go against the people that are a threat to them. So then he says, they're calling law enforcement against me after having been caught in the act of stealing and using the system and telling them lies to obstruct my entire life, block employment opportunities. So that's something too that people who have been targeted have reported, is that they will block their employment opportunities. So like they can apply for a job and they may send somebody in there, like a private investigator, somebody from the FBI or posing for the FBI, and they'll just say, oh, this person's under investigation, what do you know about them? We seen them walk into your establishment, right? They'll play it off like they have a reason of asking this potential employer, like, why did you come in there? But really, the point is to sabotage you, right? So you're not going to get hired if somebody walks in after you in law enforcement or pretend to be law enforcement and says something like that. So they have ways of trying to block the person from employment, and some of it is they try to push people into homelessness as well. And it doesn't surprise me that Barack Obama's name is mentioned as having any connection with this. Then it says they're seeking a ton of bounty fees through this unlawful social justice, right? So a lot of the people that are doing the following and the harassing, they are just told a bunch of stuff that's not true. And they think it's social justice. They think, well, they can't arrest this person because this, and that. They don't have enough evidence, or the statute of limitations, or this or that. Whatever they make up, So they feel entitled to, well, yeah, we'll take part in social justice, right? But again, that's the guise that they use. So he says, I'm being stalked by people and they have me on a very unlawful geo radio head that is a form of geo-targeting system connected to a platform similar to LinkedIn, and then to be magnetized people toward the dragnet based upon what they insert in the system. So people that take part in like this harassment and they're told, oh, it's, you know, social justice, and oh, they have to be watched because they're a criminal, that it seems like there's some sort of an app or something that they have on their phone, which is of course ran by AI, and that this app, and I've come to the same conclusion before, but this guy just validating it, is that they can put information in it that's going to draw people who have this app on their phone that are part of like what they call gang stalking or organized stalking, and it will just lead them constantly to follow the person. So when a person that's been following is trying to explain to people like they're followed everywhere they go, it seems impossible. Like, how are they following you everywhere you go? Well, it's a system, like an app, that is tracking the target's location, and all these people who have signed up for this, you could call social justice, along with Freemasons and corrupt law enforcement, this is how they can follow a person. Then it says, based upon a bogus warrant, and I just want to highlight that because, again, they create evidence, right? And many people who have been targeted have talked about people going in their house and doing things like that and moving things around. So once a person, as this guy puts a, you know, a Chinese star is what he called it. Once a person is targeted like that, it is extremely easy to create a warrant for any reason, right? It's very easy for them to just plant stuff, right? They can go into your bathroom. They can take, you know, they can take your DNA sample right out of your bathroom, right? They can take, you know what I'm getting at, right? They can take pubic hairs off of your bathtub or something like that, because you're violated once you get put into the system. So they create evidence, they create what they have to do to create a bogus warrant, and this is what this guy's talking about. And then he says, unlawful access to my DNA score. My DNA records were hacked by LabCorp. So I had a personal experience where I know this happened to me, where, you know, I don't have time to get into it, but let me just say that I went to do a random drug test, and this guy showed up where I was in the office waiting, and he looked kind of panicky, and he was in regular clothes, and he just walked back into like where the nurses are at. And he didn't look like he worked there, right? So that this is probably somebody with a badge or a fake badge. And then he just walked right out, right? It was very strange, but it caught my attention. So anyway, after that, whatever he said to those people, whatever he did, when I went to take my urine test, I noticed that the woman kept some of my urine, right? So, you know, when you pee in a cup and then, you know, she uses the cup to then fill up the samples, they're supposed to flush it. I specifically seen she even kind of put the lid a little bit back over it, and she didn't flush it. So I'm almost positive that was an example of this type of thing happening, where they will intercept your urine. Sometimes they can do it when it gets to the lab, but I think it's more effective if they mess with it right when it happens. But anyway, so I've had an experience like that. And again, these things, people who have government access, it's very easy when they try to set people up in a way like this, where, when, you know, it's very easy for them to get your urine sample. And then he says, so they will act as a fake FBI agent and watch you everywhere. So again, sometimes these people that are taking part in this, they're not even all necessarily real law enforcement. It could be a private investigator, it could be a retired FBI agent, but let me just go on. So then he says, they're using MBK and 100 black men and G Unit and Black Mormons and the Church of Scientology and all things to stop a woman, which is very odd. So that just sounds like, again, a person being organized stalked or gang stalked, and he's mentioning that all these different agencies are being used. And then he says, so they will try to implicate you for their crimes, and that's what I'm saying. So they will be doing this stuff, and then they will set people up for various reasons and put their crimes on that person. So this is another document, and again, I want you to just read through this yourself to because this one is much longer, but this one is document EFTA 00261828. And this one is going to be a little bit more obvious because it's some sort of emails that it looks like some sort of detective or FBI agent had already went through all this and took the notes. Like, this looks like the notes of an investigator. So where you see the bright red lines, those are me highlighting the parts I'm going to focus on, but what's kind of subtle in the pink, that's how the document looks on Epstein files. So it looks like this is someone who's investigating all this, and these are their notes. But I just want to read quickly the different things that you see here. So it says, I have been targeted victim in Australia. I have been denied investigations and assistance for 9 years. So again, they turn police against you so you don't get help. They say destruction of my career over a 30-year period, fraudulent activity, right? So again, they will send people into your place of employment to sabotage you. And some of these people may be Freemasons that know exactly what they're doing. Some may not be, but it's known against people who've gone through this. They all have the same exact story. And then it mentions attempts on my life by medication under false diagnosis. So another thing, she's talking about, I think it's a she, but she's talking about doctors and medical profession giving false diagnosis. Sometimes they will try to make you look crazy when you complain about having symptoms of some of the things going on. And then, so I'm just going to go through this quick because I got a lot of information. So I'm just going to go through what I've already highlighted and read. Confirm Epstein secretly watched people targeting. Right? So if you believe this, and this looks like this is an investigator that's confirmed and has researched all this, but basically confirmed Epstein secretly watched people targeting. Right? That's what we're talking about. Involved illegal surveillance of victims' privacy in her own home and public locations, and included shared access to legal surveillance. It was very obvious they were like monitoring private moments. Okay, confirmed Epstein involvement in sex abuse ring. Right? So this is where, it's going to start to tie into what I've been saying about Jehovah's Witnesses' connection to all of this, right? Sex abuse ring. What did Selena say about Tony Morris? What have I been saying? Why are they buying Watchtower buildings, right? Sex abuse ring. Targeting. Motorcycle gang connected. So when it says motorcycle gang connected, again, that goes into when a person is targeted, they create these fake charges. They have their smear campaigns. They spread the rumors or gossip. They do what they have to do. And then they go to different organizations, one being Freemasons, but here in this case, a motorcycle gang, right? And this is what happened. And say if a person is targeted in an area with a motorcycle gang, they'll start to say, hey, these guys in motorcycles are following me and this or that. And this is how they do it. So they will contact these groups and give them fake information to make them hate them. And then that's when harassment starts. And then this is interesting too, sharing personal information portrayed as deep friendship. So you might remember when I had John on my channel, in one of the videos, I think it was the one about the CIA connection, is he talked about this girl who was dating that was really some sort of a spy. And some people call them honey traps. Another term could be handler. A handler can come in this way, but basically portrayed as deep friendship. So sometimes they will try to plant people in your life and get you to open up to these people. Basically, they're really your handler. Like, you may remember the Truman Show. Truman's best friend was his handler. But I'm making notes of this because a lot of the stuff that I'm saying, you'll notice that worldwide, if you talk to people who have made this claim that they were targeted, you'll see their stories are pretty much identical, right? They're all saying the same exact thing. So that was directly in the Epstein files. And if you believe the stuff that's coming out in the Epstein files, then that confirms this targeting. It's a real thing. And what I wanted to show you about that is that you see that we know that Jeffrey Epstein, his whole network is pedophiles. So yet he has the power to use a system that's supposed to be about justice and weaponize it against innocent people. So a lot of people that take place in this targeting, they don't understand that the people at the top of these systems that are mobilizing these people to go harass this person or this and that, they don't understand the people at the top are people like Epstein. It's a corrupt system is what it is, based under the guise of social justice. So now I want to just, I want to give more background into this method of the targeting. So this is a book. It's I think it says 1517 if I'm reading that correctly, or no, then it says 16. So I don't know which date is accurate, but it's an old book, like 1600s, 1500s. But it's The Secret Instruction of the Jesuits. So I could not find the PDF of this book, but I did find screenshots of other people who were able to have it. So I'm going to just show you a couple of screenshots that are from this book that talks about the methods of targeting. Now, I want you to keep in mind, this was like in the 1600s. So in this book, and I think it's chapter 11 or 10, I think it's chapter 10 and 11, but if you read very closely what it's talking about targeting. So right here it says, let them be restrained from recreation and conversation with strangers. Now keep in mind, this is an old, like in the 1600s, and it was translated into English, so it may be a little bit off trying to read exactly what it's saying. But restrain from recreation, not recreation, but restrain from recreation and conversation with strangers. Let them be deprived. So people have been targeted, they try to isolate them. So they go into their community, they spread vicious rumors, they will set people up, then they will use law enforcement. So they may send someone in law enforcement to say, hey, this person's under investigation, all this. So they have all these tactics they use. They hack into your phone, your computer, they alter things. And the purpose is, like what this is saying when it's talking about restrain them from recreation and conversation with strangers. So they try to cut a person off and isolate them, right? What better way to isolate someone than to go and create fake charges and infiltrate their community? So then this one says, it mentions someone in the family, right? So it says, wherefore it must be contrived that we may keep up an intimate correspondence with someone in the family. So again, they turn their family against you, right? And this is interesting. So it says, if they commit nothing worthy of censure and conduct themselves in a praiseworthy way. So if they conduct themselves in a praiseworthy manner, let their virtues and actions, which are deserving of commendation, be depreciated by subtle insinuations and doubtful expressions, until the esteem and confidence which is attached to them is diminished. So it's showing how even if a person is doing something praiseworthy, try to depreciate that person by subtle insinuations and doubtful expressions. And they want to do this stuff to diminish the esteem of the person that's been targeted. Now, some of you may remember when the woman named Tracy went on Bo Benson's page and went into Facebook groups and making subtle insinuations and doubtful expressions, right? I am a drunk alcoholic, all this stuff, like all those little insinuations. That's how a person is targeted, is attacked, right? And I'm not saying that woman Tracy is a CIA agent, but what I'm saying is whoever is influencing her to do that, it's coming from an orchestrated design of this targeting system, right? They infiltrate your community, and then they'll plant one of their own people in the community, and that person who's a plant will then subtly get these other people involved to take part in it. So in this case, the person that's a plant, according to this information, would have other people, you could say, depreciate the person by subtle insinuations and doubtful expressions. So all of this is part of destroying the person. And where it says that if the person conduct himself in a praiseworthy manner, so, and I always have to say this over and over, I never say things to brag, but everybody knows that my channel is praiseworthy for a lot of different reasons. And I never brag about that. In fact, I always try to share credit with everybody that helps me out, always. But as my work in the exjw community, it is deserving of commendation. As you can see, what are all of these little people doing in a congregation, right? The insinuations, the doubtful expressions, the slander, the gossip, and much worse. But I just want to show you that these are tactics that these secret societies back in the 1600s have documented, right? So this is the book, Secret Instructions of the Jesuits. And then it says, especially those who have left in their own accord should be utterly suppressed. So again, utterly suppressed, right? That has to do with trying to destroy a person's life. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. So it says, let it be intimately published through colleagues' dismissal be exaggerated. So that's also showing, this is actually talking about the people who have left this Jesuit organization, right? So it's kind of like, you could say, similar to when Jehovah's Witnesses get disfellowship. So that's the context of these people that they're targeting, or the people who left this society. So it's also saying, let their dismissal be exaggerated, right? So not everything is always a lie. I'm not trying to say that everything is always a flat out lie, but the purpose is to destroy somebody. So along with lies, let the truth also be exaggerated. But here's where it gets interesting. So what I have highlighted in green, it says, let all others be urged not to correspond with them under any circumstances. So this is how the targeted program stays alive. Because however they turn people against you in your inner circle, and again, this is going back to how they were doing this in the 1600s, or whenever this book came out. It says not to respond, not to correspond under any circumstances, right? Now, people who have been targeted have all reported the same thing. People who used to be cool with them or their friends will suddenly start avoiding them. They'll stop talking to them. And whatever it is, they never, ever confront the person. Or so the person that's targeted will know something has changed. But these people, whatever lies they're told, somehow they're able to get these people under no circumstances are you to have any conversation with this person. Now, the reason this is important for the people doing this targeting is because when a person knows what's being said, they can address it and most likely show that it's a lie, because usually it will contradict truth that they have. So when you can completely destroy somebody behind their back and tell the people who you're spreading rumors to, under no circumstances, you can never, ever confront this person. You can never say anything to them. Just avoid them at all costs. that makes it easy for them to exaggerate and lie and use fake evidence, and they have free reign to do it, because if the person doesn't know what's being said about them, then they can't defend themselves, and they can really exaggerate things. So this is why I'm saying under no circumstances. And I'm going to get into a couple of exjws who have done this exact thing, people who I was cool with, and just like that completely turned against me. No, they don't say me what's wrong. They obviously something is wrong, but under no circumstances are they actually going to tell me. And again, if you talk to other people who have reported this targeting, they all have the same exact story. And I just want to show you that it goes back way to the 1600s, this method. And just for anyone that's taking place and targeting or anything like that, or these false rumors, understand the real reason that they make up an excuse to tell you you can never say anything to the person, right? It's not because they're a dangerous criminal. It's because if you confront the person most likely is going to be able to defend themselves and be able to show, hey, I'm being set up, or this is a lie. So if they can convince you under no circumstances you can never ever report the person or say anything to them, then they get away with it. And what's weird about this is that you have situations where people's best friends will do this, right? I'm going to get into a little bit later how my ex-wife did this, right? Because there's more to the story of my ex-wife than what I previously put out there. So then in East Germany, the Stasi police, and this is when the police started doing this. Or you could say, I don't know if they're regular police, they may be similar to like the FBI, but they had this tactic, and I don't know how to pronounce it, but it means decomposition or disruption of a person. And I'll just read quickly and do your own research to verify these methods that I'm showing you. So the Stasi police involved covert manipulative methods such as systematic harassment, slander, and disruption of private lives, designed to paralyze targets, mentally breaking them down. A facade of normality. Another way of saying that is social justice. And then it says methods: breaking into homes, altering personal items, spreading rumors, sabotaging careers, and orchestrated harassment. What does that sound like? Right now, keep in mind, this was in the 1970s. They were doing these tactics in Germany, the same tactics from the Jesuits book, which is where this came from. And then it says, while maintaining plausible deniability, right? Haven't you heard me say that? And John say that when talking about these issues, how they always harass you in a way of plausible deniability so that you look paranoid when you try to report it. Now, more information on the Stasi police. I just want to point this out. So, and this is, I think this document is from Wikipedia, but just notice to what it says, to how it involves the people who've talked about being targeted. So, a systematic degradation of reputation, image, prestige on the basis of true, verifiable, and discrediting information together with untrue, credible, irrefutable. Right? So what does that mean? How do you have verifiable, credible information and untrue, credible, irrefutable information? So this is going into the deep fake technology. So in the 1970s, the Stasi police were doing the same thing. So they were altering photographs, altering voice messages, things like that. So they had ways of creating untrue information, but make it credible. And these are the police doing it, right? So if the police go to your house and tell you, hey, your neighbors are doing this, and they show you a photo, right, or a video or recording, and they're the police, you know how easy it is to get that neighbor to then like not talk to you anymore and never speak to you, right? And going back to what it said in the Jesuits document, they'll make sure that their neighbor under no circumstances will ever speak to you, so as to the person will have no idea what's being said about them. But then it says how a systematic engineering of social and professional failures to undermine the self-confidence of individuals. So this is talking about, like, they will plant people at your job to sabotage you. Could be your supervisor, co-workers, but people will be planted there. And this is where I think Freemasons are more likely to do this type of thing, because it takes a little bit more skill than just watching you. But they will set you up to just cause failures all the time, right? And you'll never be able to prove it, because who's going to believe that the government hired somebody to go to your job to do little things to sabotage you? They're most likely not going to do that. Nobody's going to believe that. So, and then it says, engineering of doubts regarding future prospects, engendering of mistrust and mutual suspicion within groups. Mutual suspicion within groups, right? So again, they will infiltrate your community and create this mutual suspicion within groups of people, and it will all be done behind your back. And the thing is, because it's CIA level type of stuff that's going on, in defense of the people involved in the spreading of the rumors, some of them really are just oblivious to this type of system. So they're just going to believe, hey, the FBI agent said this, so they believe it. But I want you to keep in mind, this is the police that were doing this stuff. And this is interesting. So it has arisen an investigation through not definitely established that the Stasi may have used X-ray devices in a directed and weaponized manner. Doesn't that sound interesting? X-ray devices in a directed, and can you say directed energy weapons? So now I already know this, but I'm just going to say this for my audience, that you mean to tell me in the 1970s they were using directed energy weapons, right? Most people haven't even heard that term until after 2020. But how many people have been targeted, have been talked about they're being microwaved, or their skin is burning, or there's radiation around them, their body's heating up. All this stuff has been used. And when people are being targeted and they've turned their community against them, they can easily do this because nobody cares at this point, right? Do you really care about your neighbor that says he's being radiated if you think he's a pedophile? Do you really care about that? No, right? So you see, this is why they use all that false, fake, this is why they do that, so that when a person starts to complain about these more serious attacks, nobody is either going to believe them, and the people that may believe them don't even care enough. And they'll think, oh, well, you deserve it, because that's where that social justice comes in. So then it says the Stasi manipulated relations of friendship, love, marriage, family, and get this, anonymous letters, telegrams, telephone calls, as well as compromising photos often altered. This is what I was getting at, right? So if they were altering photos of people doing things and breaking up friendships, marriages by going to the person's network and showing them photos and all this stuff, and it's fake, if they were doing this with photographs in the 1970s, what do you think the deep state is doing in the year 2026? Right? I don't got to even say anything more than that. But this is why that when you hear stuff about people, even if someone says they're from the FBI and they say, hey, look at this video, look at this report, this is why you always still need to confront the person, because you don't know if it's fake. And this is why, going back to what it said in the Jesuits document, that under no circumstances are you to ever speak to that person. That's why they have to follow that, because they know that all this stuff is lies. Now, for those that are thinking, okay, well, that was in Germany, right? Well, then there's something called COINTELPRO, and you can look this up. I want you to look all this stuff up. So COINTELPRO was when the FBI started doing the same exact thing. So notice what it says here: surveilling, infiltrating, discrediting groups and individuals targeted by the FBI. And I'm going to run through this quick because I got too much information to share with you. So look this up on your own. But I just want to point out a couple of things that were done right here in America by the FBI. Many of the tactics used in COINTELPRO are alleged to have seen continued. And I know for a fact that it still continues, including discrediting targets through psychological warfare, smearing individuals and groups using forged documents. You see the theme? You have to understand that it's fake. Some of it may be real mixed with truth, but this is why you still got to confront the person before you turn your back on them. And then it says, by planting also false reports in the media, harassment, wrongful imprisonment. So what happened to COINTELPRO is that a bunch of people, activists, they broke into the offices of the FBI after hours, and they found the documents because people knew they were being harassed. Same thing you hear about today. So they stormed the FBI office and they found all the documents and they published them publicly. So basically, COINTELPRO shut down because they got caught. So what they've done to perfect the system is that what they do now is they don't have all the targeting stuff sitting in the FBI office. What they do is they use private contractors. They use the private sector along with law enforcement and the government. So they have a way of being able to contract a lot of this stuff out. So now there isn't necessarily going to be a file for someone that's targeted that's just sitting in the FBI office. It could be an office of someone at Lockheed Martin or something like that. The Patriot Act that was passed in 2011, and just some things that people have recognized about it is it says here, for example, allowed the FBI to conduct surveillance on U.S. citizens without showing probable cause of criminal activity. So based on all the terrorism stuff in 9/11, they wrote the Patriot Act in a way where they could say that reasonable suspicion is enough to watch somebody. And then just like that, your life can be destroyed, right? So they have it set up where they can do all this surveillance and stuff on you just because they say reasonable suspicion. Like, it's something that's abused. And people don't have an opportunity to go to court and necessarily even fight it because it's all covertly. You're never told you're on any sort of list or anything like that. You're never told that. It's all done behind your back. And to understand this is that it can happen to anybody. So then if you look up fusion centers are, you could say, the hub that makes this whole targeting thing possible. So what fusion centers are, and look this up yourself, is that they're the ones that coordinate between FBI, local law enforcement, and the private sector, right? So this is why people who are targeted, a lot of their targeting is actually done from the private sector because they can get away with that easier. But then they can use law enforcement when necessary, right? So when they want to spread something in their community, they can use law enforcement to tell your neighbor this or that, or you're under investigation. But then when they want to straight up harass you or try to run you off the road, that's when they'll use people who are maybe more so Freemasons, right? Or other groups taking part in it. But the fusion centers are what fuse, they connect the people targeting you to, say, companies like Facebook and other things where they can digitally go after you as well. That's what the fusion centers basically are doing, but they're under the guise of anti-terrorism. See, everything is anti-terrorism, but do you know who's terrorizing innocent people, right? It's not the terrorists that you have a depiction of. The people terrorizing innocent people are people like Jeffrey Epstein, who has power to get people targeted, which is what I showed you in those first couple documents. Now, the American Civil Liberties Union, and you can look up this article, notice what they said about the fusion center. So this is reported of people who were targeted, who were making complaints. It says, where I've highlighted, allowed police intelligence operations to turn their focus away from suspected criminals and toward political activists, radical and religious minorities, and immigrant communities. So in other words, what it's basically saying is that they're not really going after real criminals. They're weaponizing this to go after people who they don't like, basically. The Justice Department, and here's another part of the article. It says the Justice Department and the FBI also contribute resources, personal intelligence information to the fusion centers and receive suspicious activity reports. So this is how they target people. all they need to do is create a suspicious activity report. And they can do this by, for example, sometimes when people are being followed and harassed, they'll look suspicious because they'll be always looking over their shoulder, right? They may set up a bunch of cameras. They may be like, always worried about things. They may not want to leave, say, food unattended because they know Freemasons will go and poison their food, which stuff like that's happened to me. There's times where I've left stuff in my truck and I go use a public bathroom, I come back and someone's tampered with my stuff. So that creates the person targeted to look kind of paranoid or look kind of suspicious and jumpy. And that activity, well, look, he's acting suspicious. We need to watch him, right? Not understanding that they've created all this other stuff to make the person act jumpy and act. So in other words, what I'm saying is that it's easy for them to create a suspicious activity report. Sometimes they can do it just by framing something, putting something in your trash barrel and say, oh, look what we found in this trash. We need to watch this person. But that's how it's done. It's done with these suspicious activity reports. And then just like that, you could be targeted. And this is where it gets into the directed energy weapon. So fusion centers to obtain access to classified military intelligence. So why do these watch list programs, do they need military intelligence? Well, you see, that just opens up the door for them to test this direct energy stuff, which most people who have been targeted report that type of stuff happening. So, and it says, overzealous intelligence activities opening the door for domestic law enforcement to gain access to classified military intelligence, coupled with no guidelines restricting the military's role. So, and it says it's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster because of the corruption, right? That's what it's getting at. And another thing I want to say too, when they target people, and this is another reason why they tell you can never confront the person, right? You can never say anything because they change the story up depending on where you're at. So, for example, if they want to turn your neighbors against you, they could just say the classic one, oh, he's a pedophile, right? Because nobody wants to deal with a pedophile. So that's an easy way to turn your neighbors against you, right? But when they want to use military intelligence on you, when they feel like they have to get the military involved, or they need to box you in when you're driving, right? And they need to stop traffic and create a gap and have special cars follow you. Like when they do certain things, they can't then say, well, he's a pedophile, because you're going to block traffic and, close the roads down. And like, so in certain situations, they have to switch it up. So in some cases, they may say, well, he's a dangerous terrorist and he could have a bomb. So, we need military intelligence. We need to be able to do this. And when he's coming this way, we need to stop traffic, use construction to stop traffic so we can isolate the person, right? And then, of course, when they isolate the person, that's when people report it, like direct energy stuff happening, right? Like some of you seen the videos with the lights and stuff that I showed you. Like I've been attacked by weaponized street lights, which those lights are weaponized. And they have access to that type of technology by then saying, well, he's a dangerous terrorist. But you see what I'm saying? That's not going to work everywhere a person goes. So depending on who they're turning against you and depending on where you're at, they have to switch up the narrative. So let me know if that makes sense. But basically, this is another reason why they make sure you never confront the person, because the stories don't match up. In one place, you may be a terrorist. In your neighborhood, they may say, oh, he's a pedophile, right? And in another situation, you could be a drug dealer, right? So they switch up the lies depending on what group you're currently with, if that makes sense. Like what group you're currently active in. That's what I'm saying. So going back to what this article, why they're alarmed by this, is because what they're saying is, hey, if this is just about watching people and basic surveillance, why do you need military intelligence for surveillance, to just watch somebody, right? You need the military to be involved in that. But you do need the military if you want to experiment with people who have been targeted with directed energy weapons from Lockheed Martin. You see what I'm saying? That's how it works. And sometimes people will say things like, well, how could he be targeted? Because you know how much money it would take to follow somebody? Like, it would take all this, and people don't understand the way these black budget projects work. So for people to think like, they don't have money to do this. So I had gotten targeted in 2020, right? I was actually still JW when it actually first started, and that's a whole nother story. But anyway, so the same time that this started happening to me, in the state I was living in Connecticut, I found this posting of a job posting for the Fusion Center, for the director. And notice what's alarming about this job posting for people that think, oh, they don't have money to follow you around. So if you look at the salary, it starts off between $105,000 and $143,000. But why this is alarming more so is that it says open to the public. So think about that, open to the public. So you mean you could just walk in there with not really experience or with the actual government, because it's open to the public, right? And you can start off at $143,000 a year with no experience and not already being a part of the government or even part of the state of Connecticut, right? Because this is a state job. So open to the public, really? $143,000 to start, right? As a starting salary. And then if you notice, the closing, or it opened on 5/15 and then closed 5/27. So they filled it pretty quick too. So my speculation on this is that a posting like this is not really open to anybody. I think this is a situation where they put like a high degree Freemason or somebody in a position like that. Like they leave it open for a special person to pay them that much money and say open to the public, right? But anyway, the person who is the Fusion Center Intelligence Director, understanding what I just explained about how they connect law enforcement and even the military to private sector, to Facebook and all this stuff and all these agencies, this is a person that has more powerful than an FBI agent, a Fusion Center Director, right? So it's a lot of power for somebody to have that's the job's open to the public, and you don't even have to be a state worker or a government worker to be like somebody like that. That's almost like a CIA agent, But I just want to show you that if they're paying these people to do this, if they're paying people that much to stalk and harass people, then the budget that they have to actually carry it out, you're talking about millions of dollars a year, easily. So the money is there. And if they don't spend the money, they're going to lose that money in the budget. So it's one of those things where they have to keep targeting people if they want to keep their budgets, right? They got to find excuses, otherwise they're going to be out of a job. Now, I talked about this many times, the Illuminati card game. For those who just aren't familiar with it, these deep state people put out a card game in the 1990s, and what they have is all their plans of their New World Order, they put it in these cards. So they're telling you in this game everything that they want to do. So I'm not saying they're going to be successful, but everything they wanted to do, they put out there before it happened. So you see they have a card of the Twin Towers, the Pentagon, right? Just like the Twin Towers were hit, they got a spot, right? So they have one on the pandemic, the vaccine, the quarantine. But anyway, I'm showing you this because, so they have a card for people who are called targeted individuals, and it's called the paranoid. So it says, because these cards have a little clue on what they're saying. So what's interesting is just listen to what it says halfway down. It says, they're the only ones, except for the secret masters themselves, who really understand what is going on. Now, if you look at the accuracy of what this card game predicts, or what they plan on doing, because again, they have to tell you, what they're basically saying is these people who are targeted, who people call them paranoid, delusional schizophrenia, right? That's what they're called. They're basically admitting that they are the only ones that really see what's going on, besides the secret masters themselves, meaning like the Illuminati, right? Now, the reason they're saying that is because if you listen to what people have been targeted, have been saying, like in the 70s, all the stuff that we're dealing with now, like the things they're coming up with, they are aware of it. They know how the technology works. They know how to defend against it. They are the ones that know what's going on. It's sort of like those of you who've seen my video with the street lights. If I didn't catch that on video, imagine I tried to tell people, hey, I got attacked with LED street lights, right? What would you say? I'm paranoid, right? If I didn't catch it on video. But I can tell you that they have 5G or 6G or 7G, who knows, in a lot of those LED lights, and that those lights can be weaponized, and that those lights are bad for our frequency. They're bad for our health, these bright LED lights. So I don't want to get into a whole conspiracy on the real reason they pushed out the old amber lights that were better for our eyes, and they're going with these big bright lights. There's more to it than that. But when they target people, they're experimenting on these people. So these are the people that really see way before everybody else what's really going on. So what I said earlier about the iPhone thing. Oh, my phone, how does it know what I'm thinking? Well, guess what? You know who already do that? The paranoids. These people called paranoid who said the government was, doing mind control stuff and trying to get in their head. They were telling the truth. And this is what this card is saying, is that these people who have been targeted, they're some of the smartest people that exist, because they already see what's coming. They know what's coming. They've been experimenting on, they can tell you, these things. But anyway, so I wanted to show you that if you understand how these deep state people, how this card game is like the Bible to them, they have to follow it, then you'll know that these people who have been targeted, they really know what they're talking about. And you should listen to people who have been targeted, because they can warn you and tell you what's really going on. And one thing that I'm going to say myself to people is that, trust me, when the Jesuits book says, and they follow that, under no circumstances can you confront the target. You can never say anything. They're only telling you that because they know if you confront the person's going to be able to vindicate themselves, and it's going to expose gang stalking and being targeted. And they know that. So the only way that they can successfully get away with slandering and making up stuff is by convincing you under no circumstances you can never confront the person. But anyway, listen to what these people say, because as they say in their own card game, they are the only ones that really understand what's going on. Now, if you're saying, well, how do I know that this card, the Paranoid, is talking about specifically targeted individuals? Well, I'm going to show you a real life example to put this in perspective. Is that in the video that I did, Comply or Be Silenced, I went over this with Ruby, how the aftermath of when I was systematically attacked. And I believe some of the people who were in that attack are definitely people who are part of this targeted system. Not all of them, but I think that if you remember when I did that video, I put up like 2 question marks, and I said there's 2 people involved in this who I haven't identified. My guess is whoever those 2 people are, whoever told the Life After Religion channel to tell that woman I was threatening towards women, whoever that person is, I think is part of the targeted system. That's what I think. Only Life After Religion knows who told them to do that. But I'm pretty sure that person is somebody who's involved in personal targeting towards me. But anyway, so in this video, me and Ruby were talking about the aftermath of that attack. And we were talking about how this woman, Tracy, says very slanderous things, like what the Jesuits document said about, making subtle insinuations and doubtful expressions. That's exactly what this person has been doing. But in her remarks, like, I'm a drunk alcoholic, like all her insinuations that she's spreading, who I never met her anyway. I don't know what her problem is. But anyway, so one of the things that she actually said was that, and I don't have the whole message here, but basically she started to go in to I'm paranoid schizophrenia, because I talked before about being harassed and stalked. And notice what she starts to say in this message, or this book, this this Facebook post that she plastered to try to destroy me. She says Jehovah Witnesses had the highest level of paranoid schizophrenia of any. And then she says, so if we are going to be aware of this paranoia, what should we look for? And if you've seen her whole comment, she alludes to the fact that I'm paranoid schizophrenia is what she's basically subtly putting out there on public forums about me, somebody who she's never met. But I'm bringing that up not to hash anything with her at all, but the reason I bring that up is because this is actually by design. The people they target, they set them up with something called paranoid delusions. And this is why when people are targeted, they will do odd things like, for example, they will do something like every time they leave their house, they'll have like a mail truck drive by and beep their horn, right? Stupid little things like that. And then like it could even be on Sunday and the mill's not even running. And when they leave their house, a mail truck will drive by and beep their horn. So they'll orchestrate, and this is where I think Freemasons get involved to pull this off, but they'll orchestrate these little games, and they'll try to get you to focus on it and get anxiety and get paranoid, and then you try to tell people, I'm being harassed, right? Every time I leave my house, there's a mail truck that drives by and beeps, and every time it's the same time of day, and it keeps happening. And they do this because they know that they're setting you up to look as you're suffering from paranoid delusions. That is what so it's a setup. And that's why they do these little, those little games that are hard to believe. So you tell somebody that a mail truck is driving by and beeping their horn, they're like, what's wrong with you? You need a doctor. You're suffering from delusions. So anyway, that's why the card is called the Paranoids, is because they know that their narrative is, don't listen to these people. They're paranoid schizophrenia delusion. So this woman, Tracy, is basically fallen right into the trap, right? She's going right along with whoever has been responsible for targeting me in the exjw community, because I know that there's more than one person that's planted in the community, and it could have been there before I got to the community, because these plants would have multiple people they're surveilling and watching. So I have an idea, actually. I think who some of the people are, but I'm not going to say it because I don't have any substance to say it. But basically, these other people are influencing people like Tracy through subtle ways to push this narrative. So when this woman who I don't know is spreading on the internet that I'm paranoid schizophrenia delusion and posting it publicly, she's going into the play of, you see, that guy just paranoid schizophrenia. Don't believe him. He says that they're weaponizing streetlights. Don't believe him. He says that they have, directed energy. Don't, he's paranoid schizophrenia. But I just want to say that this is going along with what the card says, is that these people who are going to be labeled as that are actually really the only ones that really see the big picture of everything going on. Now, the deep state always has to tell you the truth in movies, right? So the official movie, there's more than one movie that gets into targeting a little bit, but the official movie of the deep state telling you everything that I'm trying to explain to you is called Seeking Justice with Nicolas Cage. So I recommend watch this movie if you're part of any system where you're told you're part of a neighborhood watch group, or there's this guy and we want you to walk into the store and follow him because we just have to make sure that he's not gonna blow up the building. Like, these people are stupid that believe this. But anyway, if you're involved in anything like this where you're working for the FBI or a private investigator firm and you're told, we have to follow this person and this and that, and we're going to give you this cell phone and you need to walk around and watch this movie, because the deep state, they have to tell you religiously. That's what they believe. They believe they have to tell you. So this is the movie that's telling you the truth about what's going on if you're part of one of these organizations taking part in surveilling, watching, and harassing people. So briefly, real quick, so basically, Nicolas Cage's wife gets raped, and it really happens. The guy really rapes her. He really did it. So again, they have to give you some truth in any organization. There has to be some substance that's actually true. So this guy that's being depicted as a corrupt Freemason police officer, right? Now, they don't say Freemason, but they give you a generic secret society that he's a part of, but he's part of law enforcement. So that's what he's depicting. He's depicting like a Freemason corrupt cop. He basically approaches Nicolas Cage and says, hey, you know, social justice, right? Your wife got raped, or fiance, we'll take care of him, right? So they end up taking care of this guy, and they actually kill him. So again, this guy really did do it. But anyway, so once Nicolas Cage agrees to letting this organization, right, social justice, oh, this guy's a rapist, we'll take care of him, they start showing Nicolas Cage, he agrees to start gang stalking people. Now, of course, they don't say gang stalking, but they show him doing weird things. And for people who know what gang stalking looks like, when you watch this movie, you'll see the odd things that he's doing. Like, he'll walk up to a phone booth, he'll turn his head, he'll get instructions, look there, walk here, do that, and they'll do that around a person that's been targeted to make the person targeted feel paranoid and anxiety. So people will be told to do these weird instructions, and they might not be able to do why. But anyway, they show Nicolas Cage doing this little bit of gang stalking stuff. But then they convince Nicolas Cage to harass this person. Now again, this is a police officer. They give him an actual police report. It's got the seal of whatever state that is, right? It's got an official government seal on it. And they're saying, hey, he's a sex offender, right? It's a police report. It came from a cop. It must be true, right? And this is how they target people. Because if a police officer walks up to you and gives you a report and says, hey, your neighbor's a sex offender, or he's a rapist, or he's a terrorist, or if he's and he's giving you a report, you're going to believe it. But anyway, this is what the movie is showing. It's showing you that they can actually make a report. They can put the seal in it and everything, right? It's fake. It doesn't exist. But as long as you're told you can never, ever, ever confront the person, then they can get away with it. They can make 1,000 police reports on somebody if the person has no idea these fake reports are going around. So anyway, this came from a police officer, and this is how they get Nicolas Cage to get involved and like harassing this person, is showing him an actual report that ends up being completely fake. And his name is, and they may do this with real targets, but in this case, they even told him that that's not even his name. He didn't even know what the guy's name actually was. They gave him all fake information. So the movie gets dramatized where Nicolas Cage actually gets into a scuffle with this guy, and the guy ends up getting killed. But so they dramatize it a little bit, but basically the principles are the same. So anyway, after Nicolas Cage realizes that, you know what, he doesn't want to be part of this system, you know what happens when he tries to walk away from it? They set him up, right? And again, the deep state has to tell you. So for those who are taking part in anything like this, you think it's social justice, you think, hey, I got a job working, with the government or whatever. What you don't realize is that if you think you could just walk away from something like that, and you know how the harassment works, they're not going to let you walk away. And this is what the movie is also putting a warning out there. So in this case, again, they dramatize it, but if you try to walk away from a system like this, they're either going to set you up or destroy your life, or both. So long story short, he tries to get out of the system. They start gang stalking him and set him up, which again, you have no idea how easy they can set people up. And then I also want to show you this quick scene because, and I mentioned another document that mentioned it with the Stasi, how I said how they go into your apartment and they move stuff around to make you look crazy. And again, you can't report it because all they did is move stuff around. So they demonstrate it in this movie, right? They always have to tell you. So in this quick scene that I'm going to play, I'm not going to play the audio, and I'm not going to play the whole scene, but basically Nicolas Cage goes home and the magnets on his fridge are spelling the word shoes. Now, the word shoes has special meaning to him. And this is a targeted thing, right? People targeted said they get harassed with words and things like that. They got special meaning to him. So this word shoes has special meaning to him. And someone came into his house and spelled the word shoes on the magnets on his fridge. Well, you can't report that because it sounds crazy, right? But then what happened is that he goes downstairs to make a phone call. His wife is in another room, so he fixes the magnets. He goes downstairs. His wife goes into another room. When he comes back into the house upstairs, someone went in the house while his wife was in the house, moved the magnets again. And that's because when people are targeted, they set people up like in an apartment right next door to you. So in some cases, these people will go in and do stuff even when you're home. Like if you're in a bathroom or you're sleeping. And anyway, so again, they have to tell you the truth. So notice how he looks when he sees that they did it again with the magnets. And I'm just cutting the sound off so I don't get a copyright strike from playing a clip from a movie. And you notice how he even turned around for a second. It was almost like he's starting to like doubt himself. Like, didn't I just fix this? Right? Because somebody must have came in while he went downstairs and did it again. But that is an example that they put in the movie for that reason. Now, going back to the Epstein file, remember that guy was calling it social justice? Right? You see, nothing is by chance with this type of stuff, so there's a reason why the name of this movie is called Seeking Justice. You see, the whole gang stalking, organized stalking system, all the foot soldiers, so to say, not the people who are like the mad scientists or the psychologists that are trying to, make you go crazy, but all the foot soldiers, the people on foot that are just like there to follow you, and that's what they think. The system runs because these people are lied to, and they think they're part of a system seeking justice. Right? That's not a coincidence. That's why they named this movie Seeking Justice. And the Epstein files, this guy is calling it a social justice system. These people think that the people that are being targeted are some sort of criminals that deserve to be harassed and deserve to be watched everywhere, because they think, well, they're criminals, but they just don't have enough evidence to convict them. But we know they did. Like, it's all lies, basically, and this movie is telling you that. I'm now going to go on record for the first time and the only time where I'm going to really break down everything involved and why I believe that I was targeted. And I'm going to reveal some details that some people who were close to me know, but some of these details connect everything together. So I've talked about how, my ex-wife left in the middle of the night and, I was apostate, but there's more to it than that. They turned her against me too. It wasn't just the fact that I was a so-called apostate. And I'm going to get into some details on exactly why. And this is how it connects to Watchtower. I mean, I showed at the beginning how Epstein is connected to targeting. But is Watchtower connected to targeting as well? And are they involved for the same reason that Epstein is? And do they target people for the same reason? So, if you see that pyramid shape thing that almost looks like an all-seeing eye or something, which is a weird shape, I almost wonder, like, did me living there have something to do with it? But anyway, so that pyramid shape in the middle is an apartment complex, and across the street at the bottom, in the center to the bottom, that's a Walmart parking lot. So I was able to use Google Earth to go back to 2019 because I believe this happened near the end of 2019 or the beginning of 2020, but I know it was before COVID for a fact. So I'm pretty sure it was like 2019, 2020, but around that time. So And I'm going to give you specific times and details because this is something that I remember clear as day. And if there's any white hats that are actually around and you've heard me tell this story to other people, you will see that every time I tell this story, it's exactly the same because it's very clear what I seen and what happened. And I believe this has to do with the target. And this is the first time I'm going on record saying this. So what happened is I was in my house. My wife was working at the time. She worked the weekend shift. I was home. And where that yellow outline that was the condo we were renting. So that whole section, that was our like little house. And I'm just relaxing. I'm in the living room and I hear a girl screaming. And it was something like get off me, leave me alone, or something like that, right? And I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying, but clearly it was a girl screaming. And so I got up and I looked out the window because it was like, who's screaming? So when I looked out the window, so where I have those arrows are at, this is basically like my vision. So that is a sidewalk, right? Kind of where those arrows are stopping. And I'm hearing, or I heard the scream a couple of times. When I looked out the window, it like stopped and I didn't see anything, right? So that's what I was seeing. So I'm like, where did that come from, right? It's not in the parking lot. I don't see anything. So then I decide, okay, well, let me sit back down. So I sit back down and my intuition is kind of telling me like, no, don't ignore it. Like that was something, like you're not, there was something that you heard that maybe needs to be looked at. So then I decided, you know what, let me get out and look again. So that's the house. That's not my car, but that's where I was living. And when I decided to look out the window again, this is the view that I seen. So where I have that pink mark there, I seen a young girl walking, and she was like white skin. She had like a short haircut, like short black hair. And she was like that. She was right there, and she was walking towards the Walmart, which is going to be to the left of this photo. And she looked young. She looked like she had a really young face, but she was kind of tall. So it kind of threw me out because her face looked young, but she was tall. So then there was this man walking behind her, and as you see, there was like a gap like that. And he looked like he might have been in his 30s, but he had long hair, right? So she had like a short, kind of like boyish haircut. And he had hair that was a little bit kind of like long, but he had long black hair. His skin was sort of like a little bit darker than me, so I don't know. I don't want to stereotype what race he might have been, but he wasn't black, but he looked foreign of some sort. But he had like darker skin than mine, but it was more like brown. And he's slightly shorter than she is. So not that he was necessarily like super short, but it's just like she was kind of like tall for someone that looked young. So he, I think, was like a little bit tiny, like shorter. And anyway, so as she's walking and he's kind of walking behind her, he's kind of saying like, oh, come on, like, just come back. Now don't quote me because I couldn't make out exactly what he was saying, but that was kind of the spirit in what he was saying. It was sort of like he was trying to say, oh, come on, like, just come back. And she's like walking away from him. But he didn't go running after her. Right? So it was weird because I don't like, maybe he didn't go running after her because now like they're out in the open. I don't know, but he was basically asking her, oh, come on, come back. And she was just walking anyway. So, but here's what was interesting is that as you see where I have those markings at. So if you go back to when I looked outside of my window, I could see a long stretch of the sidewalk. So when I first looked out, there was nobody anywhere in sight. I sat back down and maybe like like 15 seconds later, I decided, you know what, let me take another look. And when I got up the second time and looked, it was like they magically appeared. So what I'm saying is, if where they were at, if they were just walking on a sidewalk, I would have seen them when I first looked out. But when I first looked out, there was nobody around. So this indicated to me that they must have came from the woods, because there's nowhere else they could have came. It's like they dropped out of thin air. So when I realized that, though, okay, they clearly were not on a sidewalk, because I looked out, no one was around. And then as 15 seconds later, now they're right there. So I knew that, like, they must have came from the woods. And that's when I started to get a little suspicious, because I'm like, okay, well, I first heard her screaming, like, get off of me, leave me alone. And then, like, they came out of the woods. And then, again, she looked young. I'm going to just say he looked like he might have been, like, in his 30s. I don't know. He could have been younger than that. He could have been older than that. But that's just what it looked like to me. So as she continues to walk towards Walmart, and he's kind of like, oh, come on, come back, I'm watching it. And I see them going towards Walmart, and she's still ahead of him. And then I sit back down, and I'm contemplating. Now, keep in mind, I was a Jehovah's Witness, completely brainwashed when this happened. So I didn't really respond maybe the way I would have responded now to it, because it was kind of like, you know, when you're a JW, you're oblivious to certain things a little bit. So it's kind of like, well, I could just pray to Jehovah that, you know, that she's going to be all right, which I did do that. But again, now I would handle it differently. So anyway, so I'm contemplating it, and my intuition just tells me I need to get a better look. So I decided to get in my car. So where that circle is, so that's where my car was parked. And I drove to the Walmart, and you see where the red line stops. So I drive to that Walmart, I stop there, and where you see that green circle, that's where they got to. And they were just standing there. They weren't in a car or anything. So now they're too far from that parking lot for me to actually hear anything that's going on. So this angle, now this doesn't match the year, because I was trying to do 2019, but when I looked at the images, for some reason the images are disappeared from 2019. Like the area view is there from 2019, but these views, but anyway, so the views are not there from the particular time this happened. But anyway, so this is where I stopped, where that red box is. So my car's right there on the street, and I stop right there, and that's where they're at, and I look at them, and I look dead at her mostly, but I'm kind of looking at both of them. I didn't say anything. And the look that I was trying to give her was kind of like, is everything okay? Because if it's not, now's the time to say something, to either scream or come over, get away from him. Like, so I'm kind of giving her that look as like, you know, is there anything that you need, or is everything okay? But they're, again, they're too far away for me to like hear anything they're saying. So anyway, when I stopped right there and I looked at them, as soon as they both kind of recognized me, they both just like stopped talking. Now, I couldn't hear what they were saying, but when I first pulled there, they were still like in a conversation. And then when I stopped, they both completely stopped. So it was kind of like a showdown. So I'm parked there and I'm staring dead at them. They're now both quiet. And he looks extremely nervous. But she looks not nervous, right? So she's kind of like not looking directly at me, but she's kind of like moving her head a little bit, like she's like not directly looking at me, but she's not like looking at him. She's kind of like if she's spacing out, like she's not looking any sort of direction. And he just looks really, really nervous. So I stayed there in this awkward position for, I don't know, maybe like 10 full seconds. Right, I'm looking at them, maybe 10 to 15 seconds. But they both got quiet right away, so they both stopped talking. So then I just thought, okay, well, you know what? Maybe I'm just overreacting. Maybe that's her boyfriend, and she simply just looks young, right? Because sometimes it's hard to tell. And it was nighttime, too. I want to make this clear. This Google image is daytime, but this was nighttime when it happened. Walmart was still open, because this was a 24-hour Walmart. I can't remember how late it was, but it was still open. But it was dark out. So Then I kind of felt stupid, like, you know what, let me just drive off, because I don't want to look like a crazy person. So and again, that, like, I stopped, I gave her that look, like, you know, like, now's the time to run if there's an issue. But she looked normal, but he looked nervous. So what do I do with that? So then I just said, you know what, I don't know, let me just so I decided to drive. I started to then proceed, and I drove where you see the spot is. So I drove down to this parking lot in Walmart. I stopped there, and then I decided, well, you know, let me just go inside Walmart and buy something, because I don't want to look super weird now that I just did that, because maybe that's just her boyfriend and they're having a fight, right? So I go into Walmart. I just go to, like, the checkout lane and just buy a bag of chips, just something, so I don't look so stupid that I drove there for nothing. So while I'm in Walmart, I keep still thinking, I don't know, like, it still, like, doesn't seem right. So then I thought, should I call the cops? But then it's like, well, what are the cops going to do? Like, I didn't see anything. What am I going to say? It's not an emergency. Like, what do you say to police station and something like that? And I'm like, maybe it's her boyfriend, and I'm going to just look stupid. So I'm going back and forth on whether or not I should just call the cops anyway and just say, hey, I seen something that it looked like they came out of the woods. I thought she was screaming, but then she's okay. So I don't know, like, you know. And so I'm contemplating this while I'm in Walmart for that brief couple of minutes. And then I'm like, you know what? Maybe I will just call the police. Like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, you know, and I'll tell the police it may be nothing. I'm just, you know. So then when I got out, they were gone. Like, not a trace of them. And they got picked up because they went to that spot and they were just waiting on foot, right? There was no car, no vehicle, so somebody picked them up. And then I started to kind of beat myself up, like, oh man, maybe I should have said something, like, because I was going back and forth. So then I just said, well, I'll, you know, Jehovah, can you make sure she's okay? And if she's not okay, can you know, so, because again, when you're a witness, you're kind of stupid like that. So, so I just, and at that point, it was, well, leaving in Jehovah's hands. Jehovah's seen it. I pray to Jehovah, whatever. So this incident happened around like the end of 2019, early 2020. I can't recall exactly what the month was when it happened, because I then forgot about it, right? And I left it in Jehovah's hands, right? You know, it is what it is. So anyway, about, I would say maybe 6 to 8 months after this incident is when I first got targeted. And it started with a lot of hacking, right? So my phone was being hacked into, weird things were showing up. I was getting weird messages. Things were disappearing. I was seeing photos on my computer that, like, I never seen before. Like, just like, and I don't know how to read computer code. Like, things were popping up and I had to click on them, and it was like weird stuff, and I didn't know what I was looking at. And I don't have time to get into all the details of my personal targeting. I am going to show you where to find that information, where I've gone on record talking about it, because I don't got time to get into the details. But it started off with computer hacking, and I had to go through a couple computers because it kept being hacked. Weird things were happening. It was almost being done in a way where, like, they were harassing me, because it wasn't just hacking. It was just like I would sit down and my camera would turn on by itself and start recording me, and I would shut it off, it would turn back on, and windows would close out in front of me, and weird things would pop up, and just like a lot of like weird things were happening. And then like it would take forever to write computer to start up. Like, it just, a lot of weird hacking things. I was getting weird messages. I was getting messages on my cell phone that were like one time I got a message that said something like, you know, are you in Pennsylvania yet? It was like a reply to a message that I didn't know who the number was, like just weird stuff like that. But anyway, so then it came to, I started being followed when I was driving truck. I would be systematically followed, like where I was going, and just like a lot of weird things happened. So anyway, that was the start of the targeting. Now, at the time, I completely forgot this incident at Walmart taking place. Like, it's something that it left my mind. I forgot about it, and I never thought about it again. It wasn't until I seen a report somewhere where I seen in a report that something about certain Walmarts were hotspots for like human trafficking. Because sometimes they're right near the highway and there's big open parking lots and people aren't really paying attention. And this might have been like a couple years even into being targeted, that when I heard something about human trafficking in Walmarts, then it was like this memory came back, and now I remember, oh, wait a minute. And I started to think, like, is that what did it? Like, was that human trafficking? Because again, I doubted myself when I looked at her and she didn't give me any sign that anything was wrong. And I second guessed myself. So then I went back to this memory after, and then I thought, could that have been what happened? So what I think happened is that when I drove and stopped where I stopped and I stared at that guy, dead at him and dead at her, and then I left and then I went and parked my car. So whoever picked them up, he could have said that. He could have said, hey, this guy's sticking his nose in this guy, he looked at me, he's seen me, he's seen her. So they easily could have, before they left Walmart, they easily could have driven over and got my license plate, and from there they could have figured out who I was, and then they would have figured out that I lived right across the street. And I feel that, like, I'm pretty sure that this is what started it, because just to put this for the record is that I've never had a criminal record. I've never been in jail. I've never even been in like county jail, like not even like overnight. Like I've never been arrested. I've never gotten into trouble like that. And I've never had a problem with the law. So it wasn't until, like I said, 6 to 8 months after this thing happened, I then started being followed like I was Osama bin Laden, right? And then started having neighbors look at me like they know something, but they've been instructed not to say anything, right? And people start to be weird. Another thing that happened with the phone hacking was that, like, I was being separated from people. So I was like sending messages to people. They would not respond back. I would not respond from them. It was sort of like my stuff was being intercepted, and I was missing important phone calls. And sometimes I'd see people in person. Oh yeah, I sent you a message. Oh, I never got it. And I realized that, like, systematically I was being, like, my communications were slowly being cut off from people. Now it wasn't that severe at the time because I was still married. But again, I don't have time to go into my personal details, but I believe that is what happened. And when I look more into, like, that first document that I started off with Jeffrey Epstein, is in both those documents, I know the second one was one of his victims that got targeted. So we all know that the real pedophiles are the deep state. They're the ones with doing these satanic rituals and all this stuff. So they're like the pedophile ringleaders. They're also the ones that run these corrupt fusion center targeting programs, CIA stuff. They're the ones that are running this stuff. And the fact that some of these names are still being protected in the Epstein files shows you that. So I've come to realize that the real child traffickers and these people who are in these positions, they will target and set people up who can expose them, or people who may have seen something, and whistleblowers. And so there's a certain type of person they will sometimes target. And another thing I realized too when I came to this realization is that a lot of exjws are putting stock into the blue envelopes, right? Oh, their list of their pedal database and all this. And I'm not saying they don't have one, but I want to be real clear about this for those that put so much stock in any sort of list. Any list or database that Watchtower has of known pedophiles in their network is not regulated by anybody but them. So I had this thought come to mind when I realized the Jeffrey Epstein stuff and how corrupt this whole systems are, is that how do we know that Watchtower is not putting the names of certain apostates on their pedophile database within their own network that set people up? So if law enforcement were to say, hey, where's this, or we want this, or we want that, they could say, here's your list, right? Here's our information, right? How do we know that any list that they hold is not compromised, right? I mean, is Tony Morris perhaps on a list if he did something. Like, you know what I'm saying? Would Watchtower be stupid enough to have their own names of some of their own leaders on a database like that? Or would they not? So I realize at this point how corrupt these systems are. And I also have this theory of, does Watchtower give Freemasons the list of people that they claim are pedos to set those people up? Like, because Freemasons are involved in that stuff too. So I just want to put that out there, that you really can't trust a list that they hold and they regulate. And again, I'm not saying that it's all lies. I'm just saying that you don't know what's really on that list or who's on that list. So anyway, and this is why I'm making the connection with Watchtower. So once my targeting kind of started, it started to be people on a Watchtower that I noticed that were heavily involved in it. And this is where it became confusion. So I've said in other videos that, like, yeah, I think Watchtower is responsible because I know that, and I'm going to show you certain documents that prove it, but I know they were involved in it. But as far as initially what initially sparked it, I think that was something I seen at Walmart. And I think that's why, because I did stare at them, and I did get a very good look at that guy and the girl. So the way that targeting is set up is that if they completely try to destroy my reputation in life, then it doesn't matter what I seen, because they think I'm the criminal, right? So that's the purpose. It's like they could try to silence someone who knows what they look like or what I seen, so that it doesn't matter, because nobody, I'm under investigation now, right? So nobody cares what I see. Nobody's asking me, hey, what did you see? I would love it if maybe some police officers did say, hey, can you maybe look at this report of, I might be able to pick these people out of lineup or something like that. But anyway, that's what I believe started it. I think it started because of what I seen. So I want to get into more detail on the targeting before I get into how Watchtower has been involved in mine. So there's a book called Bright Light on Black Shadows, and this woman did some research on the whole targeting stuff, and she came across, like, somebody sent her a leaked document from an intelligence agency. They believe it was MI5 or MI6, and it was a leaked document that talked about gang stalking, targeting people, but it was on a surface level. It was just for, like, the regular people taking part in it. You could tell there was other manuals, but this was one leaked document that talked about it. And when you read this document, it makes sense. Now, nobody can prove if it really came from MI5 or MI6, because, of course, they're going to gaslight and say, no, we don't know anything about that. But when you read through it, you're going to see how specific detail it is, and you're going to see exactly how they operate. So this is where it comes from. I couldn't make notes on the actual book, and it was kind of too many screenshots for me to basically try to just screenshot everything. So I copied it. I copied the text into a PDF just so I could take my notes better. But basically, find it directly from the book. But this is taken directly from the book. It says, I'm going to go through this really quick. So, agents perform acts to keep the target uncomfortable around the clock, right? So that has to do with the harassment. They want to keep you in a low vibration. They want you to focus on negativity all the time and just feel like harassed. So again, that shows that none of these people are real criminals, because if you're dealing with a real criminal, you don't want the person to have any idea they're being followed or watched. Common sense. But it says they perform acts to keep the target uncomfortable. That has to do with when they talk about the little harassing things, like when they moved the magnets on Nicolas Cage's refrigerator. That's the kind of stuff that it's talking about. Agents must take great care that each and every act of punishment is deniable. This means that should the target complain to police or any other officials or friends, neighbors, family members, or doctors, the nature of the punishment must be seen as the target's overactive imagination, or better yet, an indication the target is mentally ill. The system has worked for years to recruit the medical establishment to help maintain deniability, and today most targets are immediately labeled as mentally ill and often forced on antipsychotic medication when they complain. Right? Why do you think Tracy was telling everybody I'm paranoid schizophrenia, right? You see, it's by design. The system has been blessed with advanced technology that enables heavy punishment at times the target is in their home, silently through walls, and this is very deniable. And then it says community electronic punishment training. So, I'm sorry, I skipped the line. Advanced electronic punishment training manual. So see, there's more manuals on this. This is just one thing that was leaked. But notice where it says punishment. You'll notice it keeps talking about punishment because it goes back to that movie Seeking Justice with Nicolas Cage. The people who are involved in this, they have to believe the person deserves it. This is why they do the smear campaigns and set the person up and the fake police reports and all that, is because people aren't going to harass people unless they think they deserve it. So that's why they keep using heavy punishment, right? But really it's torture. But then when it says punishment at times the target is in their home silently and through walls, again, that's going to directed energy type stuff when it says through walls. Okay, surveillance. Every target will have at least one CBA watching them at all times. Each CBA surveillance team will be given a cell number for reporting targets' actions and movement to the local control center. Actions to be reported include target turns lights on, target uses toilet, target exits residence, target drives away. Now, I want to focus on that real quick because if you remember the video I did with the CIA with John, he said that woman he was dating had a list like that, right? Go back and watch that video. Is Watchtower controlled by the Central Intelligence Agency? He said he grabbed her phone one day when she went to the bathroom because she forgot to lock it, and somehow it went to some extra screen, and it had notes just like this, right? So this just adds weight to this document being real because this is exactly what John described, that he's seen this girl he was dating had notes like this on him. Okay, so going on, supervisors customize each punishment action to match the personality of the target and the need to make each punishment action appear to be life's normal break. So this is why, like, when it gets to, like, the details of, like, being watched all the time and a lot of things that people complain about, they're specifically to get a person's attention. So, as it says, they customize each thing based on the person that they're trying to destroy. One important punishment function of surveillance is to sensitize the target. That's when I said the stuff like having a mail truck drive by your house and beep the horn, like these weird little things that will seem unnoticeable to other people. Done over and over, it's a form of harassment. Because that's what it says, that part, it says, will eventually cause a target to realize they're under surveillance. So that's what they're saying. If they keep doing the weird little things over and over and over and over, they're going to realize it. Okay, so going on. So as long as you carry out punishment instructions exactly as given, there's no way the target will be believed if they complain, and you will not be exposed to risk the action by law enforcement, and won't be exposed to risk the action of law enforcement. The control center, CCA, requires access to properties or apartments immediately next to the target's home or apartments. So a lot of people, and I've seen this myself, that they'll move somewhere and they'll get new neighbors, or they'll never see the neighbors, right? So I think the neighbors, are given money to move out of their house. And they'll say, well, it's a federal investigation or something like that. So neighbors will move out, and the government will access their house, but the real reason is to live close to the target to harass them. There's no real surveillance going on. It's just harassment. But if you notice, a lot of people reported the same thing, and they'll say that, like, the neighbors. And Many times it's not the actual neighbors, their real neighbors left, but their apartment is being accessed by these people. And this is because electronic corpse has through-the-wall surveillance and punishment. So, through-the-wall surveillance. So, going back to that Illuminati card about how, like, the paranoids are the only ones that really know what's going on. So, I knew back when this first happened to me that they can spy on you through your Wi-Fi router. They can use your Wi-Fi router and use it to map you out, and they can see you through your Wi-Fi router. That information came public, I think, a couple years ago, that, oh, well, they can actually technically do that. I knew about it way back because I went through the phase where I'm thinking there has to be a hidden camera, and, you know, I'm got a hidden camera detector, and I'm looking, and I realized that the technology that they're spying you on with is beyond a physical camera you're going to find. It's different type of technology that they're using, and as it says right here, they can see through the walls. And this other document is old. I'm not sure how old it is, but imagine the type of technology that they're using now for these same corrupt programs. Because targets moving about aren't always totally predictable, the success of CBA intercepts depends heavily on electronic corps who have means of monitoring the exact whereabouts of the target, and through computer programs predict exactly when and where the target will be. Now, one story that I have regarding that is, this happened to me twice, where you'll see a systematic of being followed when you leave, right? When you leave your house and go places. But twice, and this has happened where I can verify this, is that I got a rental car, and as soon as I got in a rental car, it stopped. And then maybe like a day or two after having that rental car, it started again. So what I figured out, and it happened twice when I got a rental car. So what they basically do, because some people have a hard time imagining how you followed everywhere you go. How is that possible? How all these cars know where you're at? And, you know, it seems like impossible. How can a person be followed all the time and passing through different states and everything? So they put some sort of tracking device on your vehicle, and they use an AI system that will track exactly where you are and where you're predicted to go. And then people who are in this network of organized harassment, who think it's social justice, who are in even different states, their app or whatever it is that they're using automatically syncs with the system that will be able to say, okay, turn right, turn left, because the tracking thing is showing where you're going, where you're at, and then other people who are all part of this corrupt system are getting these notifications on just when to turn, when to stop, when to park, and in some cases they may not even be aware of exactly which car they're there to keep their eye on. But basically, when it happened to me twice with the rental car, that's when I figured out what it is. It's some sort of device that's put on your car, and that is what is basically then bringing people to follow you. And in that Epstein letter, it talked about like a dragnet of whatever they put in the data, that it will bring everybody together. So that's what it is. It's a computer system doing it. So when a targeted person tries to explain it, they look paranoid because how long are these people following you? But that's what it is. It's not a human doing it. And then it mentions things like the little harassing things that they'll try to do, like smoking, coin jiggling, whistling, toe tapping near their target. So they'll always try to do these little things to harass you, like little tiny trivial things. But then what it says at the bottom is, while these may seem like trivial acts, keep in mind that the target will have these trivial things happen every single day. And repeated intercepts like these will force the target to always watch for such acts, essentially ensuring the target never has a nice day. This is the goal to ensure the target's punishment. So once you understand how it works, it doesn't actually work. But most targets don't understand the psychology behind it. So what they're saying is they will purposely do these same little harassing things that are trivial, and they'll keep doing it on a certain pattern. So they'll try to have a certain pattern. Like I mentioned, like if every time you leave your house, a bell truck drives by and beeps the horn, like it'll be a certain pattern. And they'll do it so much that you'll start to expect it and wait for it. And therefore, you're always going to be reminded that you're being harassed. So psychology, it will just make you always in a bad mood every time these things happen. And then these things will be like a trigger, or when it happens, you get upset. But once you understand the psychology of it, it doesn't actually work. Vehicle intercepts are particularly effective when the target sees the same vehicle and an intercept convoy both in the morning and in a commute. So vehicle intercepts is when like they'll try to block you in. So you go places and they'll try to block you in. So they may have cars in front of you or cars behind you, and they'll try to block you. And if they use the same car or the same make and model, it's another way to try to like get in your head. But you can't report it, right? You see, these things are designed to mentally try to destroy the person, like to try to destroy them psychologically. And one more thing I want to say too, when I talked about vehicle convoys and intercept, is that you ever see sometimes when you're on the highway and there'll be like a 3-way highway or a 2-lane highway, and at the very front of it, there's like police cars driving at like 10 miles per hour. And you're like, why are they creating a traffic jam, right? You kind of assume it's for construction, and sometimes it coincides with construction. But you ever see it where you got 3 police cars and they're holding up all 3 lanes and they're driving at a snail's pace, creating a traffic jam behind them. And then when they finally let you go, sometimes it's like you don't even see construction, or the construction was somewhere else. So you're like, why were you, And a lot of times what you don't realize is that those are these what they call intercept convoys. So what they will do is if they want to harass a person on the highway, they will let you drive, and then they will use the police to do one of those things where they just start driving at a snail's pace and stop traffic behind you. And then you'll be the only one like on the highway. It will look like that. Because you look back and it's like, where's everybody at? And that's because they'll use those, what they call intercepts, and that's how they'll do it. So whenever you see that, and like, why are the police holding up? There's, no construction. Like, why are they creating traffic for no reason? Sometimes that's what it is. They're harassing somebody. Now, the police that are doing it may not know. They may just get direction of, hey, it's a terrorist, and he may have bombs in his vehicle, so we need you to block off the highway. Like, because a lot of the police, like, they don't know either what's going on. They think social justice, right? So not everybody knows what's going on, but a lot of this stuff, like, I've seen it, and once you know how to spot it, it's easy to prove what's going on. And this says draining some of your oil, transmission fluid, or radiator antifreeze is allowed, but not all of it. So these are all things that are hard to prove. Moving things around inside the vehicle to show the target someone got in. And I just want to focus on that. Moving things around inside the vehicle to show the target someone got in. Going back to all these idiots that think it's social justice and these people are terrorists and they need to be watched. All this stuff shows that you're dealing with innocent people. This has nothing to do with any investigation. Because again, if somebody's under investigation because there's some sort of criminal, don't you want them to think that nobody is watching so you can see and catch them doing something? Why would you purposely go in a person's house and move stuff around in her house or car to let the person know, obviously, that the person's going to know, hey, I'm being watched, so how are you going to catch them doing anything? Well, you see, they're not worried about trying to catch anybody doing anything because they know that the people are innocent. The people at the top, they already know they're not doing nothing anyway. So you have nothing to lose. If somebody really is doing something, you don't want them to have any idea of anything. So when you pay attention to how people describe this, you have to understand it's all bogus. So it goes through a whole list of all these things that they do to make the target feel that every time they leave the house and have that anxiety about what are they walking into. And if John is watching this, I want to say this to John if he's watching this, that John told me on how he kind of like doesn't even leave the house because he got sick of all the games. But this is the goal. This is why they do this too, because if they mess around with stuff every time you leave your house, they're hoping it makes you to the point where you're so depressed you're afraid to leave your house because, oh no, what's going to happen if you leave? It's all a game. So if you're watching this, John, get out of your house. Don't even worry about this. Get out of your house and live a good life. But this is what the system does. It tries to basically destroy you. Okay, so this is the main one that I want to focus on, and it connects directly to the exjw community. Sabotaging the target's reputation. Newer community-based agents will not be assigned to engineer the method, but will assist in passing rumors, which the main means of destroying the target's public image. Rumors consist mainly of lies. However, in order to secure cooperation of specific members of the community to participate in the punishment phase, additional information keyed to appeal to the patriotic or community service sense to such community members may be used as well. So I want to break down what this is saying. I'm going to apply this to the exjw community. What it's saying is that a lot of the rumors and things like that are going to mostly be lies, right? Some of it may be true, some of it may be exaggerated, some of it may be true, but it's mostly going to be lies. And it's meant to destroy the person. But additional information keyed to appeal to patriotic and community service sense may be used. So what it's saying is that the lies are going to be tailored to the person they want to turn against you, right? So I'll just use this example, right? Let's say that they wanted to turn Ruby against me. They would have particularly something that they're going to conjure up that they think is going to piss her off, where she would not only stop talking to me, but not even hate me so much she'll just not even say anything to me, right? But then let's say they want to turn Jimmy against me, right? Ruby's co-host. They will have something particularly designed to poke him, to piss him off. So what it's saying is that it is mostly lies, but they're going to tailor it to whoever it is they're trying to turn against you. And the spreading of the rumor, so how it says newer community agents will not be assigned to engineer the method. So like you're going to deal with someone who's a plant in the exjw community. There's going to be multiple plants. Some of them may be there because of me, because I'm probably the one who has been targeted the most that's public on in the exjw community. Some of the plants may have already been there before I got there. And those plants, they will engineer a method behind my back. And they'll get people like Tracy, which she might not even be conscious of what she's doing. And they'll use these other people to then go out and spread all this stuff. And most of it's going to be lies, but it's going to be tailored to the people they're trying to turn against me. So I just want to give that example of how it works. Then it says, these people listed below can be approached and given information which will cause them to make the target's association with them uncomfortable or break off all contact with the target. Right? I want to repeat that. These people listed below can be approached and given information which will cause them to make the target's association with them uncomfortable or break off all contact with the target. I've had that happen with several people in the exjw community. This exact same thing. People who I was completely cool with, and they've broken off all contact completely, right? And I'm going to get into that a little bit later on specific people. And these are some of the people that it mentions: business contacts, supervisors, co-workers, casual contacts, friends. And this is interesting: local fraternal organizations. Well, what do you think they mean by local fraternal organizations? They mean local fraternal Freemasons is what they mean. They are motivated by a public service, right? Freemasons. Freemasons think they're doing good for the community, right? So tell Freemasons, hey, we got this rapist living in town. Oh yeah, they'll take part in this stuff because social justice, right? They think, oh, he deserves it. And then it says, yeah, and the local fraternities are an excellent source of assistance in keeping the target under surveillance and participating in punishment phase, right? As you see, Freemasons are everywhere, right? So they are essential in the targeting. Unfortunately, they don't know that the real pedophiles and murderers and rapists are the ones at the top of these organizations. It's too bad that they really don't know what they're doing. And if only they knew that the people paying them are the real criminals. Places, stores, staffs at places the target shops, targets landlord, targets neighbors, trades who are likely to service the target's home, car, business. Why do they want a person that's likely to service the vehicle of a target? Can you think of why that would be important to them? Family members, surprisingly, many are ready to believe negative information. Right? And unfortunately, the exjw community fits into that really well. Surprisingly, many are ready to believe negative information. How intensely these sabotage operations are carried out is governed mainly by the need to prevent the target from learning that the negative rumors are being spread. The goal is to keep negative information covertly flowing into the community in such a way that those receiving the information aren't likely to tell the target. So this goes back to the Jesuits document. What it's basically saying is that they need to keep the slander and the rumors covertly without the target being aware of what's being said. And all targets have the same exact experience. Everybody who this happened to. And they do it in a way where the people spreading it are not likely to ever speak to the target. And that's why the Jesuit document said, under no circumstances, don't have anything to do, don't have any correspondence at all. So, and again, I know that this is an XJW community regarding my targeting. I can't tell you everything I know because, in order for me to always stay 10 steps ahead of my enemies, I can't reveal everything that I know. But I do know this is happening, and along with this paragraph, most of it I really don't know. I have no idea. The people, because there's certain people that will hear certain things, but they don't allow information to get the people who they know will tell me, right? So there's certain people who I'm cool with in XJW community, and they may get wind of certain things, but those people will be not privy to this information because they have to do it in a way where they're never going to say anything. So, and then when I see an XJWs who I used to be cool with start acting like gang stalkers in this sense, I know that, okay, they were able to turn them, and now they're never ever going to confront me on why they stopped talking to me because it's part of the system. They're not allowed to ever say anything because otherwise I would be able to validate and expose that it's all lies, right? And here's another way that this happens. It says, one might think that friends and family members would instantly notify the target and side with the target. Fortunately, experience shows that co-opting friends and family is surprisingly easy once they're informed about the target's criminal record. So they're not talking about a real criminal record. This goes back into Seeking Justice with Nicolas Cage. That's what the deep state told you with that movie. It's easy to turn family members and friends against a target when you show them a fake criminal charge, a charge that they're just being shown, right? They're not going to do anything with, so it's not really real. So if the person being targeted has no idea that's being said about them, they can have a police report saying anything. So that's what it's saying about, well, if you need to turn a family member against them, just show them, let's create the criminal record, and they can put the official government seal on it. It doesn't matter because right after, nothing's going to happen with that document. It was created just to show the family member. But then it says, so headquarters staff have developed techniques which by and large prevent that. But those techniques are beyond the scope of this manual. So I'm going to read it between the lines because I know this information pretty well. Is that what it's basically saying is that if they don't have anything solid to turn a family member or friend against the person targeted, they will make something up with deepfake technology. Because when it's saying beyond the scope of this manual, they could easily just say, okay, well, we'll just tell a lie, or because this document is pretty revealing that the people involved know it's all BS. They just think it's social justice. But when it's saying they have methods beyond the scope of this manual, they're basically saying they can make a fake police report, and if need be, they got techniques such as deep fake stuff. They will do what they got to do to turn a family member or friend against you in a way where the friend and family member is not ever gonna confront the person. And that's kind of crazy when you think about it. I don't know. I will go on record saying this, and I would definitely go on record saying this, and no one will be able to contradict me or call me being fake, is that those of you who I'm cool with, I don't care. I will never cut anybody off and not tell them why. I will never do that. I will tell you, right? Even if you watched my last video, a lot of people have said things about the 6 screens and all this. Guess I had no problem saying it. I will tell you why I won't go on that show. And not that he's my friend, but I'm just making a point that I will go on record saying that I won't do that to anybody. If somebody came up to me from the FBI and said, hey, blah, blah, blah's under investigation, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to that person who is my friend and tell them, hey, this FBI guy said this or that. That's what I would do. But when they're trying to figure out who to turn, unfortunately, they're finding, you could say, shallow people that would turn on people and not even have the decency to tell them why. So I'm not going to mention names, but let me just say this, that there are certain people in the exjw community that do behave in a certain way of collecting data and information. And I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna say any names, but I'm just saying that I'm just giving you the facts that when you understand how this targeting stuff works, 100% there are people who are going to be part of this in the exjw community. Some may be there, again, specifically for me. Some may be there for other people, or multiple different exjws. And these people are going to collect information. And the reason why they have to do that is because they need to know who is going to turn against somebody. What information do they do? Who's more likely to turn their back on somebody? What type of information may they need? Right? So when they're trying to tell, okay, how can we turn this person against this person? How can we do that? What's going to work on this person? That's where these plants come in, because they're collecting data for a reason. Because they need to know who's weak, who's strong, who's loyal, who's flaky, who's two-faced, who's maybe financially desperate, who may do something for money, who may, become a stalker because they're going to get paid to do so. So you're going to have those people in there. And that's just a fact. Who they are, I can't conclusively say anybody without any evidence, but I'm saying that it doesn't surprise me that you got certain people that are doing stuff like that, because that is how they operate. This whole system, it only does it, and here's the thing, it only operates in the shadow. So as things are being exposed, like in the Epstein files, it's validating this system is going down, but it only operates in the dark. So again, other XJWs who have turned against me, who are part of this system, it's going to be exposed, right? So because it only operates in secret. This is why you can never tell the target. This is why, again, they go behind your back and spread this stuff to your neighbors. Why is everything behind a person's back? Because it's all BS. That's why it's all BS, which sometimes is mixed with truth. If the target were punished in the community but was allowed sanctuary in their home, the creation of a prison without walls would not be complete. So do you see? And I want people who take part in the system to get this. You're talking about absolute torture. They're basically saying they want to attack you even when you're home, because they want to cause you torture 24/7 around the clock. No breaks. So they're basically saying, well, if we left them alone when they were home, then they would, have some downtime. We can't have that. It has to be a prison without walls. So anybody involved in this, even at a low level, if you're just told, hey, your neighbor is this, and here's the report, and every time he comes home, we need you to take out your cell phone and take a picture just to verify that he's there and then send it to... I don't care what BS they're telling you. You were involved in torturing people, right? And some of you who may be involved in this type of system, you maybe didn't know, and you really thought it's social justice. But if you're watching this video and you're part of the system, now you know. So I'm not really religious, but just to get religious on you a little bit, that now you're being aware made of this. So if you choose to stay part of a system like this, you're willingly torturing people who are innocent. And you know what? You're not going to really know for sure if they're innocent unless you give them an opportunity to hear what's being said about them and see what they have to say about it. Now, I'm not going to rehash and show you all the evidence that I have. A lot of you seen some of my documents, so I got proof of even direct energy stuff and being harassed and stuff like that. I got proof to the point where no one can actually say that I'm crazy. Like I got enough proof where I could actually go to the authorities. I just got to find out which ones are not corrupt. But anyway, so for those who are new to my channel, or those who aren't aware of all the documentation that I put out, because I don't got time to show you more evidence on what I personally gone through. So I'm going to give you all the references on where I've documented this stuff. So, and anybody in the exjw community that believes whatever's going on about me behind my back and other stuff, this is the other side of the story you're not seeing, because I've gone on the record, even when I was still a JW technically, when I started to speak on these things. So on Ole Dimmergard's channel, this is the very first video that I did with him and Michael Jaco. It's the three of us together. And this actually is my very first appearance ever on the internet and any sort of video or podcast. So on his channel, it's hard to find this video because he's got a lot of videos to sort through, so it may be hard to go back. And when I try to post his links, they don't work, so I can't send you a link directly to it. But you could watch it on his channel. But I'm going to show you where to find this video on an old channel that I started to expose this targeting stuff when I was more involved with it. So I'm going to show you where you can find this video on a channel that I started when I used to be more involved with exposing this. So if you go to Rumble, the channel is TIR, and it stands for Targeted Individual Recovery. This is already a super long video, so that's why normally I would show you evidence and show you some of the things that I've gone through. But for anyone that wants to know more about my personal targeting and what I've documented, here's all the videos. So for those who are fans of mine, like, you know, here's a whole bunch of videos you can binge watch if you haven't seen these videos. The ones on Rumble really get into some stuff that you probably never seen before. So going back now to tying it into Watchtower is, I don't have time to go into the whole story, but basically when I first got targeted after that experience that I believe was connected to that Walmart, I was still a JW. Now, I was PMO, but I wasn't quite convinced that they were deliberately satanic, so I was still trying to get help from the congregation, because that's what we were trained to do, is go to the elders, right? So when all this stuff kind of started, I was still in that programming. So I wrote one letter I wrote to the FBI before I realized that the FBI is corrupt and they're part of this, and I don't think all of them are. I hope none of them are, but you know, I first went to the FBI, so I wrote the FBI a similar document like this, and what I did was I went to the FBI website, and under their section of things to report, I couldn't find a proper category, so it was under other. Under other, I wrote the letter, but I couldn't send a PDF. It was only like I had to type in what I was reporting. So I took a letter similar to this one, not this one, and it was documented, and I basically said, and this was in 2021, and I was basically asking the FBI, I said, like, I wanted them to actually watch me, right? Because at this point, I didn't know it was corrupt, like, law enforcement involved, so I'm like, I'm being followed, this has happened, so I knew that if good guys in the FBI actually started watching me, they would see that I'm being systematically followed. They would be able to go into my phone and see perhaps the weird stuff. Maybe because, for example, there's times where my phone will say like I'm in Texas and I'm not in Texas, and it says I'm in Texas. So it's a lot of weird things going on with my phone and location. And they could probably, if they were watching me in a positive way, they would see that I'm being set up or something. So I wrote the FBI kind of pleading to them, saying like, this is going on. And I told them what was going on. I said, this is happening, and I'm being followed, and I'm like, I don't know who's doing it. So first I wrote them. Then, heard nothing, obviously. I wrote Bethel. And I wrote Bethel once. And then I learned more information, so then I wrote them a second time. So this is the second letter that I wrote Bethel. And I'm only going to focus real quick on what I have highlighted because it shows a couple of things that I think are important. So it says, and there's two different congregations are involved with this, as far as like, we left one congregation and then we went back to the one we came from. So there's two congregations involved during this time. So this is what I said. Again, this is going back to 2022. That I reported this. It has been brought to my attention that 8 other witnesses have reported the same harassment that we all believe is connected with the government watch list. 6 of us are African American, and 5 of us live in close proximity to each other, right in the next towns over. 4 of us are in the same circuit. One brother has informed me he also wrote the branch about the same exact thing. So I wrote the branch a second time because I found out that there were other Jehovah's Witnesses that had the same experience. So I thought, oh, maybe they actually care now because it's not just me. So for anyone, again, that thinks I'm a real criminal and I'm doing something, I want to put this out there. I have on record that I've reported being followed for a long time. So do you think I'm stupid enough to do anything? Do you think that I don't know that, you know, everything you do on your phone or computer is recorded and monitored? Do you think that I don't know that even if you buy a phone that's a burner phone, that they could still track you, like even if you don't register it? Like, do you think I don't know these things? Like, I guess what I'm saying is, do you think I'm going to do anything when I've gone on record saying that I'm obviously being followed and watched? Like, what do you think I'm going to do? Like, are you stupid? But anyway, I just want to show this, that way back then I reported all this, the phone hacking, all that stuff, all the weird things going on. So I put it on record. And again, I wrote the FBI directly too. So then I wrote a third document. And this one I sent it directly to the elders, but I sent it to the branch too. So I sent it to my local elders and to the branch. So I do want to read this because now this is going to get into the targeting. It says, where I have highlighted, the advice was to seek professional help to determine if I'm suffering from a chemical imbalance or not, right? Remember the paranoid card, right? So when I try to go to the elders with this, they went right with that mainstream narrative. But then I said, therefore, I have stopped trying, and I dropped the matter and have not bothered the elders again with it. But then I said, however, on 11, and this is the point to pay attention to, however, on 11/25/22, another brother from our same congregation has made a serious allegation against me that implies he does know something nefarious. I think that's supposed to say nefarious. I think I spelled it wrong, but yeah, he does know something nefarious is going on behind my back, and that he has spoke to these people. So I'm telling the elders, like, hey, this is the third report, and I know you guys aren't going to do anything, but now I have some sort of confirmation, because this brother is making a statement implying that he does know that there's something going on. So, and this is from the report, and I put a screenshot of the actual text message in this report. So it says allegations from another witness. Right, you see, I was kind of writing it like a Watchtower magazine because I was still brainwashed. So it says, on 11/24 at 12:37 p.m., Brother Rod Blank from the Berlin congregation called and left me a voicemail saying, quote, "This is Rod Blank. I'm trying to get a hold of Judy. Nobody knows where she is. She is not at," and I didn't hear what he said, "I was over there today." And then he says this very aggressively, "If you have any information, let me know." And it was just kind of an aggressive voice message. Now, then I say, at the time, I did not check the voicemail, so I didn't know he even sent that voicemail until I got his text message. Then at 12:53 p.m., Brother Blank sent me a text message saying, quote, "If I don't hear something from Judy within 1 hour, I'm going to the police and tell them everything I know, which is more than you think." So I know you guys are all deep thinkers. There's so many things wrong with this. I don't even know where to start. Right, so let me just try to explain it. A baptized brother in a congregation randomly tells me if he doesn't hear from his sister in 1 hour, he's going to the police and he's going to tell them everything he knows, which is more than I think. Now, I want to make this clear. I have no idea what the hell he's talking about. But when I got this message, what he's saying, if you read between the lines, is basically his sister is missing, and of all the people in the congregation, he thinks I had something to do with his sister missing. Like, what, did I murder her, kidnap her or something? So that's what he's getting at, because he's saying that if he doesn't hear from his sister, then he's going to the police, and then he's saying he's going to tell them everything he knows, which is more than I think he knows. So, and I'm going to show you the text message that I was cool with this brother. This is an example of how when you're targeted, people automatically, something goes on behind your back, you're never told what it is, and then they turn on you. But this is a rare occasion where he slipped up, because normally when they turn these people against you, they're not supposed to say anything, right? Back to the Jesuits, the book, the Destruction in the Jesuits book. They're never supposed to say anything to you. That's one of the rules. So you can never defend yourself when you don't know what's going on. But he slipped up. Right, he slipped up because he really thinks maybe his sister is murdered or something. So he's saying more than he should. So he's basically warning me that if he doesn't hear from his sister, then he's going to the police, and whatever it is he thinks he's going to tell them, and it's more than I think that it is. So to me, 100% proof of this targeting stuff and the congregation, 100%. So I purposely didn't respond to him at all, because I thought I can now finally prove it. I told the elders this was going on. So here's the message. And as you can see, if you look at the top messages, and I can't remember the gap between these messages, but this was a brother I had no issue with, because you can see how we're talking. He's like, hey, how are you? I'm available. Where do you live now? So we were making plans to actually hang out prior to that. So somewhere in between, he seems to think that I'm some murderer or something, and I must have something to do with his sister missing. And he's going to go to the police and tell them what he knows. But what does he know? So anyway, this is where it gets crazy, and I'm going to show you the web of Watchtower involved with targeting. So I go to this. And again, I sent this to the branch office, and I sent it to the local elders, this document. And then I was waiting for them, because I basically asked the brothers, and I'm not even going to read the whole thing because I don't got time. But basically, as this letter goes on, I basically I asked the elders, I said, can you sit this brother down? And I need to know exactly what information does he think that he has that he's threatened to go to the police over? Because it's going to prove the gang stalking thing. This is evidence. So I'm waiting to hear back because I'm like, okay, they're going to obviously ask this brother, and this brother's going to expose, right, something with Target. I don't know, what did the FBI agent show up at his house and tell him that, I'm wanted for, or that they suspect me in the case of a kidnapping or something, or, like they must have told him something that he would come to a conclusion like that because he can't get over his sister. So I'm waiting to hear where he got that from. So the elders have a meeting with me, right? They call me in for a meeting. So I'm thinking they're having a meeting with me to break the news to me and tell me what they found out, what this brother was talking about. So they had a meeting with me, and my ex-wife was there as a witness. And the meeting was to tell me, and they said, the elders talked about it, and we are not going to ask this brother what he was talking about. They're like, it has nothing to do with us. So I'm dumbfounded. Right now, I'll keep this in mind. This is the elders. Elders are the most nosy people to begin with. But plus, elders definitely jump on something like this. They're supposed to try to keep peace. The elders are telling me that they are not going to ask this other Jehovah's Witness what he meant when he said he's going to the police and tell them everything he knows about me and he thinks I have something to do with his sister missing. Why would the elders should be jumping? They should be driving to his house like, hey, what's going on? Because what if it's true, right? Don't the elders want to know? So this was when I fully woke up from this organization. I was already awake with the vaccine stuff, but like I said, I was more PMO. I wasn't completely ready to leave, and I didn't realize how corrupt they were. But this, when people ask me what was it that really, like, this actually was, as you can see, it's too much for me to explain in my other videos to get into this. But this was it. Because I know for a fact that anytime you got a dispute between brothers and sisters, they're very quick to have no problem trying to settle it, right? So normally they would want to know. They would say, what did that brother say? He's going to the police? What? Let's find out what he was talking about. They have a meeting with me saying that we're not going to ask him. It was like I was in a twilight zone. So I'm arguing with the elders, right? Because I'm giving them examples. I'm like, when this sister did this and this, you guys have no problem. I'm like, why? And I keep pushing the fact, like, what do you mean you're not going to ask him? And they're like, well, you can ask him. I'm like, they're not getting the point. He's not going to tell me, obviously. That's the way this targeting system works. They never tell you. So me even wasting my time asking him, he's not going to tell me anything, this brother. So as I'm arguing with the elders, because I'm not letting up, I'm like, you're trying to tell me that you're not allowed to ask him? Like, you can't, you don't want to know? Don't you want to know? What if it was true? You're not going to want to know that? So, within me arguing with the elders during this meeting, one of them kind of slipped up because I was winning the argument. I was showing examples like there's absolutely no legitimate reason that you cannot ask this other Jehovah's Witness, what did he mean by saying that he's going to go to the police and tell them everything they know about me? What do you mean you can't? You can't ask him that. So one of the elders slipped up and he said, we've been advised not to. So when I wrote the branch and the elders, the branch sent information back to the local elders telling them how to handle, and they told the local elders, do not get involved and do not ask anything and don't look into it. So this elder, within me arguing with them, kind of slipped and said that. He didn't say it at first. They should have said it at first, but they didn't say it at first. But going back and forth, it came out that they were instructed not to look into it, not to ask the brother. So can you tell me why the branch office would tell a local body of elders that they're not allowed to ask this question? why would the branch even be concerned anyway with something like that? As far as, I mean, the branch should want to know if it's true anyway, was what I would think. But for them to particularly tell the elders they're not to do not look into it, that's when I knew they were involved in the targeting. Because going back to the Jesuits thing that I said, and it was in a gang stalking manual, is that in order for the system to work, it has to be completely behind the target's back, and the person targeted can never know. As long as they never know, they can get away with it. It's one of the biggest rules how the system operates. It only operates in the shadows and the darkness. So this is when I knew that they were involved, because the system must have told the branch, or the branch is directly involved, but it was very clear for them not to ask this brother that question. And then I said to the elders, I said, well, can you ask the brother on a personal level, right? They don't have to have a meeting with them. On a personal level, can one of you, not to sit down with the elders, can you just in passing, like out in service, ask the brother what he was talking about? They wouldn't do that either. That's when I knew that they were involved. So anyway, so then this guy's sister, it turns out she was just avoiding him. She was ignoring his calls for like a week because she was mad at him, and she was perfectly fine. Nothing was wrong with her. So then I asked her, I told her the story, and I said, can you ask your brother what he meant by that? And the guy would not say anything, right? So the guy, after his sister is alive and well, nothing happened, this brother would never say what he meant by that. The elders were not interested in asking him, or they didn't want to. The branch specifically told the elders, do not ask him. That's the targeting system. That is how it operates. So when that happened, that's when I realized that I couldn't trust the branch office and that they were involved, because they knew something. Now, this also happened to me with my ex-wife. So most of you know the story of my ex-wife, but it's not as simple as she left in the middle of the night because I became a so-called apostate. That was when our marriage went downhill. But basically, when I was a full-blown apostate and I told her I'm writing a letter, she knew I was a full-blown apostate. She knew there was no going back. But she asked me, she said, but don't write a letter. Why don't you just not go and just be inactive? Don't write a letter, because then nobody can talk to you and it's going to ruin everything. So she was perfectly okay with her having an apostate husband as long as nobody knew about it, right? So me and her got along, and she practically begged me not to write the letter. Now, the reason I mention that is because if she begged me not to write the letter, that means she was still okay with being married to me and me being a so-called apostate. She just didn't want the congregation to know and just have everything be normal. But I didn't do that, so I did write the letter. Then after I wrote the letter, it could have been maybe 2 months later. So I'm not a Jehovah's Witness. We're still getting along. We're still sleeping in the same bed. And I was working night shift, and out of nowhere, I got a text message from her at like midnight, and it simply just said, like a robot, I moved out. And then it said something else, I forget what it was, like a robot. Since that, I did not see her face ever again until divorce court. And I tried to have her come talk to me, because again, we had a peaceful marriage. And again, she knew I was a so-called apostate. I wasn't making videos or anything like that. She was okay even with me being in that situation. She just didn't want me to go through with the actual letter. And when I was texting back and forth with her, I could tell it wasn't even her, because when you're married to someone, you know how they talk, right? You know the things they say. So I was getting these messages from her that seemed like it literally was like it was robotic. And I'm like, I don't even know who I'm even texting. And I kept trying to beg her, like, just pick up the phone, right? Because I want to verify, is it even her? And no matter how hard I tried, she didn't even come back for her stuff. That was suspicious, right? And women don't she had a lot of clothes and stuff. Like, even if she's going to give them the Goodwill, women don't just leave their whole wardrobe, And another thing too is that when we went to court, because what happened is she filed for legal separation because she didn't have grounds for a divorce according to her fake beliefs, but I just countered that separation with divorce. But anyway, so when we had to go to divorce court, she was even acting like she was afraid of me. Right? So I don't know, like, what did they tell her? The same thing they told that brother who thought that his sister being missing, that I did something to her? Like, what is it? Something like that? Because I know enough to know that a woman that has a whole wardrobe of clothes, she's not going to just leave her stuff there like that unless she felt it was like an emergency, like she got to get out of here. So that's another situation with my own wife. And one thing to understand too about these mind control experiments is that, believe me, these black projects and the CIA and things like that, they study this kind of stuff. So part of this could be they just want to break a person. They want to see if they can turn a husband against a wife, a mother against their children, which is partly maybe some of the brainwashing that goes on in the Jehovah's Witnesses. But either way, so like I said in the gang stalking manual, that, you know, they even turn family members against people. Now let me show you some actual evidence of some of this stuff. So basically, I've had a lot of weird things happen on Facebook, and I want to say right off the bat that if you've had any interactions with me on Facebook, and if I've done anything strange or rude or inappropriate or said something or did something that would cause you to block me or something, it may have not have been me. Let me just say that. So I've had so many things weird on Facebook type hacking that I was almost going to just delete it, but I decided not to delete it. But I'll even leave it up there to help expose who's behind it. But anyway, so a lot of weird things are happening. I'll just briefly mention some of the things. Like, I'll send people messages, they will not get them. People will blow me off, and I'll think they're blowing me off because, like, I wrote them. They never write me back. In some cases, I found out because either in real life I've seen them, or I've had them on my regular phone where I've been able to say, oh, well, you didn't respond, and then I find out they never got my messages. So that may seem a little bit normal, but then weird things happen. So I've had situations where I keep getting this notification that even messages that are delete can still be seen by the other person or something like that. And it's only on this one particular person. So I won't mention a name because I don't necessarily have permission to mention a name, but there's one exjw person who I was going back and forth with, and it kept happening with this one person where I almost felt like they were trying to block me from getting too close to this person, because on their message thread, I would keep seeing, like, well, the messages can, and I'm like, it's only on that person's profile. So I asked them about it, and they thought it was weird too. They had no idea what it was, but then at the same time, they weren't even getting all my messages once I kind of exchanged notes. So that's been happening. And then, like, there's been, and I like to call it an isolation attempt, where when I try to reach out to people myself, like, there's times where I may see a post and I may comment on it, and it's nothing to do with XJWs, and I try posting or sending a message to somebody who doesn't even know me, and I'll get a notification like they blocked me. And it's like, how do I have a notification that a person blocked me who I have no dealings with, if that makes sense? Like, if somebody, like, it's different if I'm trying to talk to an XJW and maybe they've already blocked me because they don't like me, so they've seen my profile and they just blocked it. But if I'm in a whole nother community and I'm just making a response to something, and I send a message to them, because if they have it open where non-friends can send messages, how am I blocked by people who don't even know me? And it's happened in a lot of different situations. So it's almost like something is trying to block me from even reaching out and widening and making more friends. So that's happened. Then I've had situations where people who are just not on my friends list anymore, and I didn't delete them, they're just not there. I've had people add it who I didn't add. I had a situation where I get a notification, I am now friends with this person, and you can message them. And I'm looking at the profile like, I didn't even add this person. And there's so many weird things like this that has happened, but it's not just one thing. And it's something that is like, it's messing up the communications of me trying to talk and reach out to people. So anyway, so there was this one day where, and there's a lot more that, oh yeah, this one more thing I'll mention is that sometimes I get locked out of my own profile, but nothing is wrong. Like, I'll sign in and nothing happens. And I'm like, okay, I'm signed. Like, what? I could have signed in earlier that day. It could have been like just 20 minutes ago I signed in, because I don't leave myself logged into certain things. So anyway, I couldn't sign in. And it didn't say wrong password or anything. It was just like nothing was happening. I would put in my information and it would go blank. So I couldn't even access my profile. So I asked somebody who I know on Facebook. I said, can you check if my Facebook is still there? So this person who I know who's also on Facebook, they looked up and it said, oh, you're still there, but there's two of you. That's weird. I'm like, what do you mean there's two? And she said that yeah, when I search for you, two come up, like identical profiles. But she said I'm the only person that happens to, because I guess she didn't search other people and that didn't happen. So I'm like, okay, why is she seeing two profiles? And why am I locked out of my own profile? And then I'll magically get back in. So it's weird. It's like I'll be locked out from some time, and then I'll try again, and I can get in now. And I have a suspicion that when I'm locked out, maybe that's where there's some like fraudulent stuff going on, like somebody sending messages in my name or something. I don't know what's going on, but it's something that's been causing me a lot of headache. And for those of you who know me, this is why I've been trying to say like use another platform, because I want to stop using it, because it's not even, I can't even trust it anymore. So with that being said, this happened recently where I was on Facebook, and I was on the Facebook mobile site because I don't use the app. You know, it still shows the URL at the top, right? Which should just be like Facebook mobile or whatever it is. And it said Graph Facebook, or yeah, graphfacebook.com. So I'm like, what is graphfacebook.com, right? I never, like, what is that? And why am I connected to graphfacebook.com? So when I looked it up, this is what I got. I got this weird message, and as you can see at the top, the address bar, it's a real thing, graph.facebook.com. Well, why is this the address when I'm on what looks to be regular Facebook mobile? But it says this at the top of the screen. So when I looked it up, it said unsupported, get request. So, well, okay, so it's a real site, but okay, unsupported, who do I need requests from? It's my own profile, right? So, and this doesn't always happen, but sometimes the address bar at the top, I won't really be on a Facebook mobile. I'll be on this Graph Facebook, whatever it is. So I looked it up, and I wasn't confident with what Google said. So this here says the primary HTTP-based interface for developers to read, write, and manage data, such as their profiles, post photos, and page insights from all meta platform. So, okay, for developers to read, write, and manage data and use your profiles, like, you mean somebody else managing my profile? Like, what exactly are they talking about? So intuitively, I felt that all the weird stuff that's been happening on my Facebook, I couldn't figure out like what's going on. So when I noticed that this was at the address bar where what I was hooked up to, I felt this has to have something to do with it. So I went to ChatGPT to try to get, more clarity. So just real quick, I wrote, what is graphfacebook.com? Graphfacebook.com is a domain used by Facebook Graph API, which is the main system developers use to interact with Facebook data programmatically. programmatically. Simple explanation, graphfacebook.com is not a normal website for people to browse. So if it's not a normal website, why am I on it when I didn't even know what it was? I didn't type that in my own address bar, so why did it show up? Now, before I go any further, let me just say that I think things like this are a divine act of God, because it's almost like a glitch, but it revealing to me how I'm being hacked. I think I'm being hacked through this system. So what it does, get data from Facebook profile pages, post photos, post content, manage ads or pages. So then I wrote it in a different way. I said, can Graph Facebook manipulate data? Yes. Graph Facebook can manipulate data, but only when an authorized app or service sends a valid request through the Facebook Graph. So remember when I went on Facebook Graph, it's saying that I needed permission or something like that? This, I think, is what it's saying. That it can manipulate data, but only if it's an authorized app or like request. So examples include publish posts to a page, upload photos or videos, create comments. Now, I'm not going to dig too much deep into this, but basically, whatever this thing is actually used for, it can be used to manipulate data, is what I'm getting at. So if I'm reading this correctly, it's saying that whoever can use this to get on someone's profile can publish posts in their name, upload photos. And I just want to say real quick, when you hear about these mass shootings and after the person's already dead on location and stuff like that, they'll say, oh, look what they put on their Facebook. They made a post, right? This is how they do it with stuff like this. There's backdoors to all this stuff. I believe after some of these mass shooters are already caught and dead, that if it's some sort of a setup or false flag thing, they can go on their Facebook and add and create stuff with weird systems like this. Now, I'm not an IT guy, so I don't know much about how this is used or why it's there. And some may say, oh, no, it's normal. There's nothing suspicious about it. Well, here's why it's suspicious, is because I didn't go there. That's what I'm saying. Whatever they're saying this thing is used for, I'm not on a Facebook Graph, so why is it saying that that's where I'm at when I go on Facebook? But what makes me think there's a connection is because the stuff that it says that it can do when it says it can manage data, because another way I worded it to ChatGPT is can Facebook Graph manage data? And it says it can publish posts to pages, upload photos and videos, add comments and reactions, profile information, if permission is granted. Well, I bet these targeted systems got that permission, right? All they got to do is say you're a terrorist and you need to be watched 24/7, right? You see how this all connects, right? So if permissions are granted, page posts and comments, add analytics, and they can make up analytics, edit page details, update posts, delete data. Now, this is what I think was going on with that person I was talking to back and forth on Facebook. I kept getting these notifications reminding me that deleted messages can still be seen by the other person. So some correspondence was going back and forth, and whatever's going back and forth was deleted, and I don't even know what was actually being spoken about. I'm just getting these messages reminding me that the other person can still see deleted posts. So again, because I know people will try to gaslight, and they'll say that they'll explain what the system is. I'm not an IT guy. I don't know a lot of this terminology. All that I know is that I'm having messages deleted. I'm having things updated and changed in my account. I'm adding people. People are deleting me. Things are happening that I'm not doing. And another thing too happens is almost every time I try to send a message on Facebook, it cuts off saying connecting. So it's like, and my phone is still hooked up to the internet, but there's something where something is happening where, like, I'll try to send a message and it says connecting, and then it takes forever to send. It's like it's some sort of, I feel like it's being monitored kind of before things sent out, almost like that. And when I get on Facebook, I almost can't even use it because it will just, every time I open it up, it says connecting, like it won't stay connected to the internet. It's like it has to be cut off, and then it'll let me connect when I want to connect. And I think sometimes when it won't let me connect, it could be when there's something going on, like my stuff is being deleted or something weird is going on. But Either way, I didn't type that in the bar, so why is my Facebook hooked up to this system if it's not even for normal users to use? Now, speaking of this whole Facebook thing, so another odd thing that happened, just like I mentioned how my ex-wife, like out of nowhere, just left and never spoke to me again and won't tell me what's going on, is that a woman named Laurel, who's also friends with Jimmy, I was always cool with her, right? This is the last message that I had with her. I would just send her my videos. I don't even really know her enough to have ever even had an issue with her. And the last thing I got from her was a thumbs up, and I was sending her one of my videos, and then she blocked me, straight up blocked me. And I double checked, like, okay, did she just delete Facebook? Now, I don't know if she's still on Facebook now, because this was a while ago when this happened. So I don't know if this woman is even still on Facebook, but when she blocked me, she was still on Facebook, and I was blocked. And I'm trying to think, why would someone who I've always been nice to, I've never had an issue with this person. I've even mentioned to her if she ever needs help with her computer stuff to let me know. And I just get blocked, like straight blocked. When you block somebody, it's almost like a restraining order when you block somebody, right? That's not, you can delete people as friends, but it takes an extra, you could say, level of hatred or concern when someone feels they need to actually block you. So, do you think she told me why she blocked me or why she felt she had a reason to block me? No. And that just goes along with the theme. So, I don't know. Is she part of anything going on behind my back? Is it the fact that maybe through this Facebook graph system that somebody from my profile say something nasty to her or something? Because I've also noticed a lot of other people who have just not on my Facebook anymore. So, it's not likely they're all deleting me at once, right? Unless something's going on. So it's weird things going on with the Facebook thing. So I just want to say, if you had anything weird from me from Facebook, it may not have been me. That's all that I'm saying. So now let me get into something deeper. Now, I'm going to give you some personal information just so I can make this point stronger so you see where I'm coming from. So, and I am going to mention a person's name, and I'm going to explain to you why, because I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. And when you realize what a person that's been targeted has gone through, and how people try to destroy your life and then people take part in it, you have to understand that if you get involved in anything, it's going to get exposed and it's going to come out. So I'm going to put something out here, and I'm just going to leave it as a question, because I don't know 100%. So when I lived in Connecticut, when all this stuff happened, starting from that Walmart incident, in the town of Berlin, Connecticut, which is a very small town, somebody from Homeland Security retires, and they're now the chief police in that town, the little town that I lived in, right? And when you understand that, like, Homeland Security, like, these agencies, they're heavily involved in targeting because they have the government authority to do a lot of this stuff, so they're all involved, and a lot of this is under the guise of anti-terrorism. So Homeland Security, all these agencies are involved. I'm not saying they're all evil and they're all corrupt, all the people individually, but they're all involved. So when you know that you've been on some sort of list, like you're a terrorist or something like that, Homeland Security is part of that. So I couldn't help to feel a little bit uncomfortable that, like, in the little town that I live in the police department was like 10 minutes from my house, a guy from Homeland Security, he's now the chief. He just suddenly, is now the chief police there. So it was kind of strange. And let me put more emphasis on this, is that I didn't live in Berlin originally. It was when I moved to the town of Berlin that this Homeland Security guy, now the police chief in that town. So that's what makes it unusual, is that when I moved to this town, and then I was talking to someone who I know in that town, and then they said, oh, yeah, and, we just got a new police chief, right? He just moved, he's from the Homeland Security, right? So after I moved to this town, the chief of police is in Homeland Security, or former Homeland Security, retired Homeland Security. So then some of you know that I moved to Idaho. And in Idaho, I joined this spiritual community where I won't get much into it because I know some people think that that's all demonic, but basically they do sound bows and like meditation music, yoga, that type of thing. So I joined this little spiritual community in Idaho, right? Small little community, not a lot of people. And after I joined this small little community, I don't know the exact title, I forget what it was, but it was some sort of retired military intelligence person that now is joining this small little community that I just joined. And again, it's like, you pay attention to these things because you know these type of agencies that are involved in this target and stuff. So you kind of you're aware of this. Remember what I said before about the American Civil Liberties Union, how like they were alarmed too, like why is the military involved and like, surveillance of so-called people on a watch list. So having this retired military intelligence, not just some military, but into military intelligence, and now they were just part of the small little group that I happen to just join, right? So you might already see a little pattern at this point, right? But at this point, it could be a coincidence, right? So I won't say too much, but I have people who I'm very close to in Arizona. So I was thinking about trying Arizona because Idaho didn't work out for me. I met the wrong people, bad connections. I never should have probably trusted going there to begin with. So anyway, so Arizona came up on my radar as far as like maybe where I'd relocate. And the reason why is because there are two people and I know who they are. And I consider them like family. So the door's open for me to go to Arizona and spend time on vacation and things like that. I don't live there, but this is a spot where I have people who are like really solid, who I trust. And so Arizona stands out. So anyway, so one of these people who I'm close to by chance let me know that they just got a new client. Yeah, he's retired from Homeland Security. Now, you see, when people tell me stuff like that, they don't know what's going on. So they think it's kind of cool, like, oh, wow, retired Homeland Security, right now working here, that's interesting. But I see right away is like, okay, this is the second time I'm seeing someone with a retired Homeland Security background that's coming in my circle, so to say, right, where I'm at. Now, in Arizona, I'm not there, but people who I'm close to are there. So the fact that this person is working, or the client of someone particularly that I'm close to, that's why it's alarming. Like, why is this Homeland Security person just showing up and connecting with them, right? A little unusual. So now, and most people don't know this, but I'm going to put this out there because it's part of what I'm explaining. So people who I actually I'm closer to, they already know that I moved to North Carolina. So not everybody knows that. So anyway, when I moved to North Carolina, after I moved to North Carolina, a retired CIA agent apparently is just got a job working with Jimmy. And I don't need to say the last name, but I'll just say Jimmy. So that's weird, don't you think, right? Now, again, he doesn't know that. He might just be thinking, oh, wow, that's interesting, right? A retired CIA agent just happens to now working with him, right? He doesn't see everything else that's going on. So now, I'm not saying that this agent moved to North Carolina just because I moved there. You see, they have people in place already. You ever hear how, like, people in the CIA, they never really retire? Well, part of the reason why they never really retire is because they can be retired on paper, but they still get assignments, and they may not have to take them. So one thing about targeting that not everybody knows is that a lot of times they use these people. Anybody with retired military, retired Homeland Security, retired CIA, the reason they use these people is because these people are already sworn to secrecy. So they can be involved in targeting and illegal surveillance and all this stuff because they've already sworn to that and have already been shown to already be in that system. So it's easy. So they like to use these people who are already, you could say, sworn in to do this kind of stuff. So I'm not going to say much about the retired CIA agent because you can leave that up to Jimmy if he wants to tell you why he's not alarmed by that. And I'm not really authorized to say much more about that situation without permission. But then it gets more strange. So I was watching one of Ruby's shows, and this guy shows up that Jimmy brings on, and he says that something, don't quote me because I can't remember exactly what it was, but he says something that like he was RFK Jr.'s like campaign organizer or something like that, but he was someone that was taking care of some big project for RFK Jr. And I thought that's weird, he's working under Jimmy, not to knock Jimmy about that, but it's like, it's just, you wouldn't expect, it's when you've been targeted, you become more in tune to these type of coincidences. So I find it very suspicious that he did some organizing or something for RFK Jr. and now he's working under Jimmy. And the timing is the same too from when I moved to North Carolina, right? That's another thing, right? It was after I moved to North Carolina, this guy shows up. And to me, and I'm not saying it to be rude, so, this is just being critical of this is what happens when you're on YouTube. You put yourself on YouTube, people have things to say, they have comments, so I'm just telling you the vibe that I got. To me, this guy says CIA all over him. And I'm not saying he's the CIA guy, I'm just saying that when I first seen this guy, you see, these agents and these type of people and these, Homeland Security, CIA, like, there's a certain vibe that they come with. And if you know how to spot it, it stands out. And to me, he says agent all over. Like, he says he's Jimmy's insurance agent. No, I think he's another type of agent. So I'm getting a bad vibe. And this was before I found anything out about anybody in the CIA working with Jimmy, retired CIA. This was before that. As soon as I seen this guy and he said the RFK thing, and I felt like, is that story to impress the RFK thing? Because it would build trust and confidence if someone's like, hey, I work for RFK Jr. So anyway, so I want to make this clear. This is my opinion. Clearly my opinion. Ruby has nothing to do with this. I chose, after I seen that episode, I chose to call Ruby, and I just told her, like, hey, I have a feeling that guy could be some sort of a plant. The guy claims saying that he worked for RFK Jr. I'm like, he smells CIA to me. Something about, he seems like he's an agent. That's really what I got. Now, I will say for the record, that Ruby is not alarmed by this guy, so I'll make this clear. It's not Ruby saying it. She disagreed with me, and she's okay with this guy. She's not thinking there's anything weird, right? So I want to make it very clear. She didn't say anything negative about this guy. This was me warning her and saying, I have a feeling this guy could be some sort of a plant. That's just what I said to her about it. So now that has nothing to do with knowing that there's some CIA guy that's also working in Jimmy's office. So I have a feeling that maybe he's really the CIA guy, the retired CIA guy is what I think, because I got those CIA vibes as soon as I seen them. It's just what I thought. But apparently they're not the same person, but I'm just getting those weird vibes. So anyway, this is where it gets interesting. So after I called Ruby and I told her, and I just said, hey, I don't know, this guy there's something off. I think he may be some sort of agent or something. After I called her and said that, he shows up again on the very next episode. So I find that weird because I'm having a private conversation with her and he's only showed up one time, right? Apparently when he first started working under Jimmy. So he's only showed up one time. So I find it a little troublesome that I know I'm on a private phone call with her. Only me and her should be hearing the conversation. And that right after I then flag this guy and say he may be some sort of a plant, then he shows up again after I said something. So now this is not impossible odds, right? It really could be a coincidence. Even though I say I don't believe in coincidence, it could be. So I'll give you the odds. So after he showed up and I was getting those CIA vibes from him, there has been 6 episodes after that where he never showed up again. Now, to be fair, it's only 5 because one of those was a live State of the Union show, so it wasn't her actual show where anybody could come in. So cancel that one out as not existing. So, in simple terms, is it weird that after I called her and said, hey, this guy maybe, that he shows up again now? After I said something, then he shows up. Is that a coincidence? Well, it's a 1 in 5 chance that it's just a coincidence, right? So this is now these are possible odds. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's only a 1 out of 5 chance that him showing up after I said something is not deliberate. So I'm suspicious of that. Did he happen to just show up after I said that? Because he only showed up one time, and I was getting those CIA vibes, and then it's like, as soon as I tell Ruby, now he shows up again. So again, a 1 in 5 chance that it's just that it would just by chance that he shows up after I said something. Not that he shows up again, but after I said something. So if there is something to it, then that means that whoever has access to my phone calls is aware that I warned Ruby and said, hey, I don't know about this guy, and that he got instruction to then show up again, right? Maybe for damage control, or it could be like a taunt thing, right? It could be a way of like kind of a taunt, like, yeah, I know you were talking about me, and then he shows up again after I said something. Or it could be really coincidence. Now, for those that think that I'm seeing too much into things, and I could be wrong. I know I could be wrong with this. It's just the feeling that I get. That when I now show you the map again, this is why I'm saying this. So I moved to this little town of Berlin, Connecticut, and now a retired Homeland Security guy shows up, and now he's the police chief. You know, retired Homeland Security, a little odd. Go to Idaho, join a little small spiritual community, right? Singing bowls and meditation, and a retired military intelligence person now connects to that, right? Close people I have in Arizona, one of these people who I'm close to got a new client. Oh, somebody from Homeland Security is now her client, right? So, could be a coincidence. I moved to North Carolina, and after I moved there, a retired CIA guy is working with Jimmy, and then okay, the guy that showed up that I was suspicious about, he's RFK's campaign manager or something. And again, don't quote me on what he is. I forgot what he said he did. But again, you're talking about RFK Jr., right? He's a big name. So, and this is and political stuff. So what I'm saying is that what I'm looking at when I say like I get a weird feeling about that guy is that I'm looking at a pattern that not everybody sees. I have an issue if every time I move somewhere, someone with some sort of intelligent CIA military background happens to show up in my inner circle. Now, Jimmy's not in my inner circle, but we're in the same space in that exjw community. So you see, that's how there's a connection. So if I move to North Carolina, Jimmy's the perfect person to plant some CIA guy there. And that could be the slow part of like the targeting kind of stuff, right? So that's what I'm suspicious of. So again, that guy that Jimmy brought on, I'm just saying that I get those government agent vibes off of. There's something to me, and again, I could be wrong, but I'm looking at the whole picture. And the reason I'm saying this is because let me just cut myself some slack before anyone is critical of me of saying certain things without proof. Let me cut myself some slack. Is that if you go back and watch all the videos I reference and you know what I've gone through, right? I'm cutting my own slack. I have a right to be cautious and to call out these things that are not really right, that are not really, don't really seem to be coincidental. I'm going to call it out because of what I've gone through. Now, I mentioned before about, you know, the thing with my ex-wife and that woman Laura, like people blocking me, cutting me off. The brother that said he was going to go to the police and tell them everything that he knows, and now he won't say a word of what he was talking about. Now, as I mentioned before, the whole thing with how they'll take people who either you're friends or who you're close with, and whatever it is that they tell them or they come across, they do it in such a way where, like it says in a Jesuit's document, under no circumstances, basically, do not say anything, no communication. And even the woman I was married to acted the same way, right? And it says in the literature, too, the gang stalking stuff, how, yeah, they turn family against people. So I want to show you how Jimmy started acting the same way towards me. And I'm going to present this information in a way where if I'm wrong, call me out on it, right? And I have no problem admitting that I'm wrong. But I'm going to show you this because it is not that often that you can catch this type of behavior to prove it, right? All people who have been targeted have the same story, right? People who you're close to and trust it, and then they immediately, like, you know, it's like they're absolutely repulsed by you, and like they treat you like you're a terrorist or something, right? And they have this weird thing where it's like they will never say anything to you. So it's all the same template, right? And that's how my ex-wife left. So if you watch this video on my page, you can see that I had what I believe to be a good relationship with Jimmy, right? So he had no problem before saying anything positive about me or referencing me. And we used to conversate and stuff too. So I believe he was one of my friends, even though maybe more of acquaintance. So I didn't have any interaction with him where I felt like we would be enemies of any sort. And going back to, for those that know about that video that I did that got taken off of YouTube. So in that video, I said several times to the whole internet, I said, well, Jimmy's my friend. So I said, if Jimmy wants me to take it down, I'll take it down. So the whole thing that happened with that video and me being attacked because I wouldn't take down that Selena video that was originally Jimmy's interview that he gave me permission to use, that I said over and over and over. But if Jimmy really wants me to do it, I'll do it, because you know what? He's my friend. So I said that. And then that whole thing that happened with, I won't even say their names, but you know, those two women that were starting trouble, who had their own podcast at one point, flat out, and I'm going to just be real, that the reason that I kind of got pulled into that debate with them that started it is because Jimmy asked me to block them. He called me up and he said, you know what, can you please just block them, because they came on my channel and they started attacking him, and I didn't like the fact that they were starting trouble. So I did say, you know what, if they're going to do that on my channel, like, I would block them, but I didn't actually do it, right? It was kind of like a passing thought, because I didn't like that they were starting drama on my channel, but I did it for him. He asked me to block them. And of course, when I blocked them, they got pissed at me, and then I got pulled more into their crap and their drama. And not everybody knows that, so I just want to make that clear, that, like, I made it very clear publicly that he was my friend and that I would remove the video if he asked. And again, when those two girls were attacking him on my channel, he asked me, can you block them? And I did it for him. So Those are just the facts. And what a new fact now is that his interactions with me seem to be now like this gang stalking stuff, right? So somehow I went from he's my friend and I trusted him and he trusted me, and somehow it went to he has that same thing going on where he's not going to say anything to me, he's not going to speak to me. Whenever my name comes up, he looks very uncomfortable. He avoids even using my name. He avoids any conversation that has anything to do with me. So it's the type of behavior when you've gone through this target and stuff, and like you may go to your job one day and then like people start acting weird with you and they don't tell you what it is, right? It's that same type of behavior. And I recognize that because I'm an expert in this field and I've seen it over and over and over and over. So I'm not gonna say something as a fact. I'm just gonna show you an example of how his whole connection with me, his interaction with me, it matches the gang stalking stuff. And when I say it matches kind of the gang stalking stuff, I mean, I don't know. Does it have anything to do with this map that I'm showing you? Does it have anything to do with... You see how... Doesn't it almost look like somebody's trying to corner me almost, right? So, I don't know. Does it have anything to do with a CIA guy in his office, retired CIA that showed up there after I moved to that state? Does it have anything to do with this guy that says he worked for RFK that looks like he's some sort of an agent? I don't know. So I'm going to show you a couple of clips, and be patient because I can't just show you one, because if I show you one, it's going to look like nothing. And if I show you two, it's still going to be like, it's nothing there. But you have to see the pattern to understand what I'm showing you. So I'm going to explain it, and then use your own reason and then come up with your own conclusion, right? So I'm not saying this is a fact, but I'm showing you how I see that type of gang stalking behavior, and how Jimmy's whole demeanor dealing with anything with me has completely changed, and I don't know exactly what changed it. So what I'm going to show you is that when you have two people who have a radio show or podcast together, and you can watch even any mainstream television, what usually happens is that the two people kind of keep feeding off of each other. So when one brings something up, they usually will go back and forth, right? That's just what happens naturally when you have two people on a podcast together. But what I started noticing is that every time that Ruby will mention my name, and it's usually positive, but anytime my name comes up in a positive way and she starts to go into something that should normally create a conversation between the two of them, he goes like a complete mute, like a gang stalker mute. And what I mean by gang stalker mute is that these people are instructed, who been told whatever about you, to basically have nothing to do with the person, don't mention their name, don't talk to them, don't say anything. So it's a certain mindset of like, or not a mindset, but it's like they get instruction to basically don't say anything to that person, don't engage with them, don't, and the reason they do that is to make sure that whatever false stuff they were told, that they never say anything to me about it. So when she mentions my name, he sometimes looks very uncomfortable, and sometimes like fidgets around with stuff, and he will not whatsoever say anything. He won't carry the conversation on. He won't say nothing. He'll stop dead in his tracks, and then he'll change the subject. And what I'm saying is it's unusual because that's not really natural when it comes to a podcast. So I'm going to show you a couple clips to break it down and explain it. So this first one is not going to show much, but I'm just introducing you to what I'm saying. So just notice that when she goes on and says something about me, instead of him chiming in anything, you can tell his whole kind of demeanor changes, almost like he's been instructed, don't say a word.
So I am thankful for people like Quinn Wright, who kind of um, does his videos in a way that makes you think deeper. So if you've been watching his videos, that's kind of like already a thing, you know? So
Yeah.
when I was seeing explanations and a lot of symbolism in
Mm-hmm.
everything, I
Mm-hmm.
sent it to Quinn and he told me, you know, like, oh, I'm not surprised. And it was the exact same type of way that Quinn investigates something. Like people on the internet are investigating, and that's a good thing. Like people
Oh, yeah.
are finally.
So again, I know that's not going to be any evidence at this point, but what I'm going to show you, it's a pattern of normally he would kind of chime in, like at least sometimes, and he used to say things about me. He wasn't afraid to mention my name before, but his demeanor will change, right? In some cases, he's kind of like animated and kind of in a good mood, and then as soon as my name drops, sometimes you can see his whole spirit changes, and then he won't say a word. So now that I explained that, let's take a look at another one.
If everybody was getting banned for posting this, whatever this object was, then I kind of understand what's going on. It makes sense. But for the fact that it's only Jimmy, and there's a YouTuber named Quinn who was just talking about this, and this is happening to him on YouTube
Yes.
right now.
Yeah.
And he actually asked me to do some experiments, and I did with him. And I was like, yeah, I know your account is being messed with because they did the same thing to me.
So I don't want to nitpick, but in that one, as soon as Bull mentioned my name, it almost looked like his heart stopped, right? It's very subtle. Very subtle. Let me just play that again when Bull first mentions my name.
What's going on? It makes sense. But for the fact that it's only Jimmy, and there's a YouTuber named Quinn who was just talking about this, and this is happening to him.
Okay, so whether you've seen that or not, that then when Ruby again chimes in with Bull and carries on with me, for example, and I want to make this clear, I don't need praise or anything like that. It's not about that. It could be negative. They could be saying something that they didn't like about my video. But what I'm saying is that it is only natural because this is normal chemistry with a podcast like this. So now you got two people that are both bringing me up, but the pattern that I've noticed with him, I would say in like the last 6 months, is that he completely will stay quiet and he won't say anything. He won't say anything, and he'll look for an opportunity to change the subject. And then along with that, and some of them, he looks very uncomfortable too, even when my name is mentioned.
I'm glad you brought that up, Bo, because I was going to mention that as well. Quinn's new video, he gave multiple shout outs because.
So in this one, you're going to notice how lively he is, right? Because he's in a good mood, he's lively. And again, once my name drops again, you're going to see his whole spirit kind of changes.
We've had a freaking blast doing it.
As long as you guys are having fun, I think that's awesome.
Exactly.
Like, doing your thing. I think it's good. By the way, I want to do a little shout out real quick, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Ruby, I watched your interview.
Oh, yeah? How did you like it?
I liked it a lot. I literally just saw that interview like maybe an hour or two before the show.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So if anybody doesn't know, I did an interview recently with Quinn Wright. Some of you guys have seen it because I've seen the comments. But yeah, that was really cool. Quinn asked me to join him and talk about my unpopular opinions. and and it wasn't even that spicy. You know what I'm saying? Like, in my opinion, it wasn't even that bad. But to some people it might be unpopular. But I spoke about friendship and how I don't view everybody as my friend, and just go watch it. Go watch it. It's cool.
Good.
So
it's good. I'm telling you guys, you should watch it. I really like the definition of friend that you gave. I really, really liked it. So
yeah.
Right.
So thank you, Bo. That's kind of sweet. Thank you.
I was going to send you something earlier today, but I was on the roof putting Christmas lights, and I didn't get a chance to. So.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a crazy week and a half.
So in that one, I forgot to mention this, is that when Bo said I seen her interview, so at that point they already knew, like, that was the mention of my name, even though that she didn't say my name right away. So right when he started to talk about the interview I did with her, saying that he's seen the interview, that's when he got kind of weird about it. So now again, I know you're probably not seeing much at this point, but remember, like, this is a podcast, right? So naturally they should be feeding off each other. So now notice it again, and this one is where you're going to start to really see that there's something that makes him uncomfortable about the mention of my name now at this point. And he wasn't always like this. This is a guy who used to say good things about me and have no problem saying something positive when the whole panel's saying something positive, but I've noticed it's changed, and I've seen this before. And notice again the thing I said with his mood too, right? Like in the last one. So you'll see his mood is more like lively, and as soon as the Q word comes up, you can see his whole demeanor changes.
Well, when I said it was a rap song, I mean,
I know. Yeah.
That should have been a clue, but I apologize to the viewers if you got offended with that. I didn't warn you guys. That is my bad.
That's okay. We only played it to give Bo some time to join. So here he is. And it goes well with the topic. And I know Bo has a lot of interesting things. And you guys already know I'm a big fan of Quinn Wright. He just had part 3 of his series with the Epstein connection with Watchtower. And he has a whole bunch of symbols in there that he was kind of really connecting dots with. And I just watched that an hour before I came here.
Oh, cool.
And that was kind of...
So when he says, okay, cool, or whatever it was that he said, it almost looks like he's trying too hard to not look awkward when my name comes up. Almost like he's trying to pretend, but I'm going to replay it. I'm going to play it a couple of times, and I want you to pay attention to, again, how he gets, like, he starts to fidget around. Again, when my name is mentioned, he'll reach for his glass and stuff, but notice the tone of his voice does not match what he's saying. When she's saying something good about the information on my video, he's saying, like, oh, okay, cool. Like, but the tone of his voice does not match the fact that he looks like he wants to vomit at the very sound of my name. So, and those of you who watch him, look at what I'm showing you, listen to the tone of his voice, his body language when it has to do with me, and you're going to know that something is off. This is not how he really is.
And you guys already know I'm a big fan of Quinn Wright. He just had part 3 of his series with the Epstein connection with Watchtower. And he has a whole bunch of symbols in there that he was kind of really connecting dots with. And I just watched that an hour before I came here.
Oh, cool.
And that was before I came here.
Oh, cool.
You guys already know I'm a big fan of Quinn Wright. He just had part 3 of his series with the Epstein connection with Watchtower. And he has a whole bunch of symbols in there that he was kind of really connecting dots with. And I just watched that an hour before I came here.
Oh, cool.
And that was before I came here.
Oh, cool.
And that was
what he's saying does not match his voice or his body language. He seems very uncomfortable saying that, and he's got a problem with my name being mentioned. And the thing is, he wasn't like that before. Before, if she was saying something, he would chime in like Bo does, right? Like you notice, like on multiple occasions, sometimes Bo will say something regarding my channel, which triggers Ruby to say something. So in a podcast, naturally, that should trigger Jimmy to chime in. It's common sense. And he used to do that, but what I'm saying is, from my angle, I can see the difference. And this is not just based on this, it's also based on the fact of I have no absolute communications from him anymore. So that's another thing. So this is somebody who I used to talk to off of YouTube. So then what you'll notice is that after she said what she said, instead of maybe piggybacking off of her saying anything, he clearly won't say anything. It's almost like somebody instructed him, anytime my name comes up, don't say a word, right? Don't have nothing to do with that guy. Don't, maybe they told him that he'll get incriminated with me of some sort of crime or something, so don't even acknowledge they told him something, is what I think. But you'll notice after she's done talking, you'll see the way he kind of obviously tries to change the subject and just move far away from anything positive that she had to say.
And I just watched that an hour before I came here.
Oh, cool.
And that was kind of a white plus black pill that I had to swallow about an hour ago, because it kind of just shows us how the 13 bloodlines are still alive and well. And they are infiltrating, like the song said, infiltrating religions, even though I would say cults, not religion, but, hands up, don't shoot me. But I really do believe that we're never going to get rid of anything unless we get rid of those 13 bloodlines. But I don't know.
All right. Well, Bo, you want to present what you got this evening?
Yeah, I do want to share my screen. I got a question, though. It says,
now, I'm not saying that's a big deal, but what I'm getting at is that it will be a pattern that he will go out of his way to change the subject and not say anything. So I'm saying that was an opportunity where he could have threw something in there, but it's a pattern of this just being the new norm, where he will go out of his way. As soon as my name is mentioned, he will get quiet. He won't say a word, and he'll look uncomfortable too, like a bit of awkwardness. And one of the things the gang stalking manual said, I don't know if I read this part, but it said something about how they would, they will put agents around to make or they'll say things to make the interactions with the target uncomfortable or something like that. And that's kind of a way to explain it. It's like, if they told him something, it's to make him so uncomfortable that his interactions, even with the very sound of my name, are uncomfortable. So something is going on. Now, I'm going to just play two more real quick, because just, if you know the way to do my videos, I'm not going to mention something like this unless I feel it's tangible enough to say something. So you're going to notice again, at this point, it's Bo mentioned something, Ruby mentioned something, and then even Gil pops up. So you got three people on the panel that are all saying something based on something that has to do with me. And again, it can be positive or negative. It doesn't have to be positive, but you'll notice he religiously, it's like he's been ordered that he's not allowed to even speak in any conversation that has to do with my name. So when my name is mentioned, he goes mute. He won't say a word. It doesn't matter how many people, what they're talking about, how long. It's like he's been instructed to behave a certain way.
Over, and I'm like, what the hell's with the butterflies? So I went on the FBI.
This one right here.
I went on the FBI website, and I said, do pedophiles use symbols? And they come up with the chart that you just showed, the squirrely thing. Mm-hmm. And on his bedroom, Caleb's had the squirrely thing on the bedpost.
Yep.
And little Sophia, she had butterflies everywhere on the back of a book, on her pen. And then
Quinn Wright did a whole video.
Yeah.
Yes. Seen it?
But I saw that way before. I saw that a long time ago before Quinn. I told Quinn, I said, you got to go.
That's the pattern. Gail's bringing me up, Ruby's bringing me up, and again, it's not about an ego. Not that I need people to talk about me, but it's the fact of I can see it's changed. He wasn't always like that.
This stuff. These are all different symbols. There are obviously with the occult and their demon symbolism. Then there's stuff with Quinn. There's obviously the porn star that was in the You Can Live Forever Paradise Earth book. And
Oh
then
yeah.
I was going to end this with just the symbolism that was showing, obviously this is new, and how they have the girl eating bread, and that does not look like someone eating bread.
Yeah,
Correct.
Quinn Wright. Once again, he did such a
Yeah.
great job in explaining all of this.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, he
And then
did.
It's funny you guys talk about, so I put Quinn.
So now let me show you a video that was broadcast both on Jimmy's channel and Ole Demigard's channel, because I connected Jimmy with Ole Demigard, and this is around the time I first met Jimmy, and I just want to show you what our relationship actually was compared to how it is now. So just notice what he says to me, as opposed to him looking awkward and not saying a word when my name comes up now.
Like I said, from Connecticut. I met up with him a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a month ago. We immediately hit it off, and I want to thank him for putting this interview together. And because of that, Quinn, I want to do something real quick that you don't even know about yet. And if you are open to it, we would like you to join the Big Picture team and be with us on further episodes.
I will, as long as I don't get any shots fired at me. As long as nobody shoots my windows out, then I'm good.
Now I want to say too, for those that do support my channel, that this was, I can't recall if I even started my YouTube channel at this point. I think I just started. Yeah, I had like 1 or 2 videos up. So when I first started off, I'm not good on camera. I don't like being on camera. I don't like being recorded. I don't like carrying my voice on camera. So I just want to put this out there for those that do want to start channels, is I was basically very, you could say, awkward and nervous, and, you know, my posture, body language, the way that I looked, like I was someone who was very, very nervous getting on camera. So that was the old me when I first started off. And it took a while before I got to the point where I kind of stopped caring so much. And now I don't really get nervous at all. But anyway, so first thing he said was, you know, we hit it off immediately. And he's basically is happy to offer me a spot on his Big Picture team that he used to have. So when I was showing you those other clips, you probably think, like, what's the big deal? What am I complaining about? What I'm saying is that all people who have been targeted know exactly how the system works. You'll have people who were cool with you, comfortable with you, enjoy talking to you, checking on you, you're friends with them. And when something shifts and they just kind of cut you off and you don't hear from them, and they act awkward when your name comes up and they won't say nothing, it's like it's a certain pattern that everyone who's been targeted have seen this before. And again, it's in that gang stalking manual. So find that book that I mentioned and really read through the whole manual. But it's in there. It talks about how they spread rumors to the point where they want the person's interaction with the target to be very uncomfortable. And then they want to make sure that whatever it is going on behind their back, under no circumstances can they ever say anything. So you know when something has shifted. I've seen this too many times. I've seen it with my ex-wife. And if you look at the top of the screen too, so to the left of Jimmy, that's that woman Laura, who I was also cool with, and she blocked me. Right? I went from a thumbs up, she's cool with me, to I'm blocked. Right? I don't know. Do her and Jimmy know the same stuff? Is it the same whatever that's going on that they both aware of? Because she straight up blocked me. And Jimmy didn't block me, but he let his Facebook go. And I also wondered too, like, did he let his Facebook go? Because that could have been an easy way to kind of block me, but not be obvious, right? Because if Jimmy blocked me, I would have said something to him. I would have confronted him if he blocked me. But by letting his Facebook go because of whatever strikes or whatever, I also had a feeling too, like, did he let it go the way that he did as an easy way to kind of separate himself from me? I don't know. And I want to say this too, like, I don't care on that level. Like, it's not like I'm like, oh man, Jimmy's not my friend anymore. It's not like that. If he's a flaky person like that and he really can't be trusted, then I don't care. I'm not worried about the fact that me and him don't talk anymore. I'm not saying he is a flaky person, because I don't really know what's got him so troubled where he's changed. I don't know what it is. So I'm not saying this because my feelings are hurt. I'm saying it because it's an opportunity for me to expose this target and stuff, how it works. So on my end, nothing happened between me and him. I was good to him. So whatever happened in between, he should say. I would like to know what is it that's got him so troubled whenever my name comes up on this show. But it's not normal that. Well, I'm not going to keep repeating myself. Watchtower was very much involved in my actual target and once it started, because for the branch office to tell my local elders they're not allowed to ask this other Jehovah's Witness that talked about, he thinks I have something to do with a sister missing and he's going to go to the police. They're not going to make him disclose what he's talking about. They're going to all conspire and nobody's going to tell me what was going on. And there's other things I don't have time to get into about other target and stuff from the Jehovah's Witnesses. But it's all connected. Epstein and Jehovah's Witnesses are in the same child trafficking network. I proved that in the last videos. And in this child trafficking network, the people who run these things are the ones that are controlling these government agencies. So if you see something, if you try to expose something, they sometimes will weaponize this system that's supposed to be social justice and weaponize it against you. But this is more of a personal conclusion for me, because I can say the same child trafficking system that Epstein is part of is what targeted me, and Watchtower carried it out. And when I tried to go to the congregation for help, that's when I realized that it wasn't a true organization. And once they started to cover up these things, like whatever it was that brother knew, and they're all going to cover for it, that's when I knew I couldn't trust them anymore. And there were some other weird things. Let me just say this one thing quick that has to do with Watchtower. So at one point, me and my ex-wife were renting an apartment from an elder. And we had one trash barrel that we both shared. It was like a 2-family house, so we shared one trash barrel. And every time that we would throw the trash out, we had to kind of push the bag in, because we were both sharing a trash can, me and the elder family that lived in the same house. So we're sharing one trash can. So it got to the point where I'd go out to throw the trash, and there was like nothing in it. Like, I'm like, oh, that's weird. So I put my trash in. And then I noticed that, like, after a couple of weeks of like, well, how did the trash go from you got to push the last bag in so there's like almost nothing in it? So as a test, I said to my ex-wife, because this is when the targeting was going on, I said, don't take the trash out. I'm like, I need to test something. And she said, okay. And I didn't tell her why. And I want to test, are they even using the trash anymore? So I started to get suspicious, because why is it every time I throw the trash out, now there's tons of room, like there's nothing in it? So I want to verify, are they even putting trash in it? So we didn't put the trash out. And when we didn't throw any trash out, we had a couple bags that were still in our kitchen. The trash can was empty. They had stopped using it. Why would the family that owns the house, why would they not throw their trash out? Are they going to drive to the dump every time they have a trash bag? It made no sense, but it's something the average person is not going to notice. They probably thought if I stopped using the trash, that if they stopped using the trash, I wouldn't notice, right? Because I'm just throwing bags in there. But I did notice. And then when I tested it out, they stopped using it. So somebody told them, do not mix your trash in with theirs. Probably because they said I'm under investigation. That's probably what they said. They probably said he's under investigation for this, and that. So do not throw any of your garbage in with theirs, because we're gonna, we're going to analyze it, and if we find something, you know, we don't want to incriminate you. So they're probably told not to mix their trash in with ours. And while that seems like they're doing an investigation, that's probably how they set me up, right? So because once they say that, any Freemason can drive by and throw something in there, and then someone else will pick it up. Oh, look what we found in his trash can, right? So anyway, I confronted this elder, and he wasn't an elder in our congregation, so I could be a little bit more tough with him because he wasn't in our congregation, but he was an elder and he was our landlord. So when I confronted him about the trash, he got real nervous, and he was like, we just didn't have any trash out. We didn't have, like, he could have said a lot of things. He could have made up a legitimate reason why they weren't throwing their trash out, but certain people aren't good with lying. So if you confront a person who's not good at lying in person, you can see it. So he was acting nervous. He was not making any sense. And I'm like, so you mean to tell me in 3 weeks? Because I let 3 weeks pass before I said something. In 3 weeks, you didn't have any trash? And he didn't know what to say. This was an elder. So I knew he was part of it, right? I knew he was part of it. And again, those type of situations, like, you know, I'm not, those of you who know me, do you think I'm stupid enough to throw something incriminating in a garbage can? Like, are you serious? So most people who are targeted are pretty smart people. Like, what do you think? I'm going to throw a murder weapon in my own garbage can? But they do that stuff to set people up, right? So by making sure only I was using this trash can, that's when they can have someone else plant something in it. That's all. It's not rocket science. And another thing that was fishy is that then that same elder guy, there's a suspicious car parked right outside our bedroom window, right? Literally right outside. And it was there for like 2 weeks. And it was right outside our bedroom window. And I'm like, something's with this car. It had like black tinted windows. It like something was up with it. So I asked them about that on another occasion. I said, why is that car sitting in front of our bedroom window? And he got nervous again. Oh, they're going to be moving it tomorrow, right? Like, he was very jumpy. He's one of those people who's just not, who he doesn't lie probably. And and you can see that he's not good at lying. So it's like, he didn't realize how suspicious he was acting just by me asking him. So anyway, once I said something about this car, then the car disappeared the next day. So, but going back to the trash situation, so I don't have time to get into it, but like, there's a lot of things where the elders and other people in the congregation, they were being used like these gang stalking type people, and stuff like that, like the thing with the garbage and things like that. So, and I'm going to say this for the record because I'm putting this issue to rest, but like, I wanted to tell you the type of things that go on. So I have a sleeper truck that's got a sleeper in the back. That's why I'm recording this video now. And when I first got this truck, I looked at the mattress and I was thinking, that's not going to be a very comfortable mattress, right? Like, I'll probably have to buy my own mattress. Like, 'cause I'm looking at it and like, that's not going to be comfortable. Surprisingly, it was very comfortable. And I thought, oh, wow, that's actually comfortable. I don't have to buy my own mattress. Like, it was surprisingly comfortable. So, and this is more recent. So this happened about 2 months ago. I stopped at a Love's truck stop. I was followed in the bathroom and watched, right? So they followed me, made sure I was in the bathroom. And I'm not going to get into all those little details, but basically, when I went back to my truck, the first thing that I noticed is that my mattress was up a little bit. Like, it wasn't sitting in the frame, like flush. It was like up a little bit. So as soon as I walked in, I immediately seen that. Like, why is my mattress up like that? And then I noticed that the zipper seemed to be a different color. So, and this is where you start to doubt yourself, right? But here's the thing. So, it doesn't take rocket scientists to figure this out, but what would be the motive of going out of your way to swap out a mattress? It's one thing to steal a mattress. Like, if you get another trucker that's desperate and he doesn't have a bed or something, and another trucker does it, but a swap is different. So why would somebody do that? Well, it comes down to to only 3 reasons. So the first reason is that is someone trying to set me up, that, like, for example, did they swap it and put a bed in my truck that it's got, like, you know, some blood or something on it from somebody? Like, you know, is it like set up like that? Was there something on this mattress and they're setting me up with it? Or was mine taken because mine is going to end up somewhere that it shouldn't be? You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that why would someone swap out something like that unless there is some sort of setup, right? The only other thing would be, like, if, say, the police are saying, well, we need to check the mattress for you know, DNA sample or something like that. But either way, like, it's related to, it would have to be related to something that would prove targeting, right? Because that's not a normal thing that's going to happen. Why would someone steal a mattress out of your truck like that? And I'm not going to name all the stuff that's happened, but a lot of other people with these same stories of targeting will tell you about things in their apartment, clothes, other things have gone missing or repair. Like, there's a lot of stuff like this. But I mentioned the bed thing. I'm not even worried about it. It's good when these things happen to sometimes document it, just so you could say on record that it happened. But I'm mentioning that because I wanted to just put it out there that people understand it is so easy for these corrupt networks to set people up. It's not hard at all. Just like that. I don't know where my room mattress is at. I don't know where it's going to end up. Right? So anyway, what I did was I didn't do it right away. I should have done it sooner, but I bought my own mattress because I'm like, I'm not going to keep sleeping on this thing. So what I did, just to make it a little bit harder for that to swap out again, is I left the plastic on the mattress and I signed my name and wrote a couple things on the plastic and even made some markers, some like marks with a marker on certain creases on the bed to the plastic. So I basically did it in a way where it's not going to be that easy to swap it out because it's still wrapped up and my signature and everything is on it. So, you know, and that's the thing. So some people would say, oh, look, he's paranoid. Look, why is he doing that? But that's the thing. They do things. They're trying to make you go crazy or look paranoid. But I didn't really mean for this video to be too long, but basically I want you to understand this targeting thing is real. It's not a joke. And anybody that may know something or taking part in it in any way, they're accountable for being involved in it. And the truth is coming out about all this stuff. So, and if I'm wrong about the Jimmy thing, I have no problem retracting it. That's not an issue for me at all. But I gave you all that information. It's in the Epstein files. It's in the Jesuits book. It's the government, COINTELPRO. They did the same thing. The FBI did under COINTELPRO. The Stasi police did it. That gang stalking manual that was leaked out of MI5 or MI6, it exposed exactly how they do it. The American Civil Liberties Union had talked about these fusion centers and why they have military intelligence, or why they have access to military intelligence going into the direct energy weapons. I showed you how much money these people in this fusion center are getting paid. If they get paid that much money, $143,000 a year to start with no experience, open to the public, they got money to harass people. The Illuminati card, the paranoids, it gives it away. It tells you that those are the only ones that really know what's going on. The ones that would be falsely accused of being paranoid schizophrenia, which, as you see what Tracy did, she went right into the narrative. And then the movie Seeking Justice with Nicolas Cage, they always tell you, here's the thing with these conspiracies. You can believe what you want to believe, but if you understand how religiously they follow this, anything that's legitimate, you can be sure there's going to be a Hollywood movie revealing it, because they have to do it. So that's the movie, Seeking Justice, Nicolas Cage. If you've been told something about your neighbor and this or that, and somebody from that, well, go watch that movie, because you need to know how they set people up. And then for the first time, and I'm putting this to rest, I want to make this clear. I actually do not want to get a lot of messages on targeting or any of this stuff, but with the real new year coming in, which not everybody understands what I mean by that, but with the real new year really being March 20th, I'm releasing this once and for all. I've never spoke up about this part, about the whole thing with Walmart. I've never said anything publicly about it. I've never put it out there, but I'm wrapping it all up because this was a big part. This is why I got targeted, right? I'm 99% sure that it was this situation. I've never had any issues with anything weird ever going on until about 6 to 8 months after this thing happened. And if I'm right about this, it shows you how evil and corrupt these people in these positions are, of like the FBI and Homeland Security and all this stuff, because if I'm correct about this, I want to put this in perspective. I had a natural instinct to put myself in a dangerous situation. And when I thought I heard somebody screaming and I looked out and I didn't see anything, and then I looked out again and then I seen that girl walking and something didn't look right, I put myself out there and I drove there and I stared at both of them. I didn't have any fear or care who this guy was or who he was connected to. My gut instinct was, let me make sure this girl's okay. So that's what happened. I did look dead at both of them. I was trying to give the signal of, hey, if you're in any trouble, let me know. I didn't get anything, and then they were gone. And I never reported what I seen because, hey, we're leaving in Jehovah's hands, right? They're gone, right? Just Jehovah will take care of it. But can you imagine if I've had people who have come after me and have attacked me and tried to destroy me based on me trying to help somebody out? Well, the people running these systems, they are the pedophiles and the rapists and the murderers, like these people, the ones running these systems. But can you believe if this is why I got targeted because of something like this? Right? Even if this got me in trouble, if I see something like this again, right, it's my natural instinct. I'm going to check it out.